of the Charter Review Committee at 7 o'clock. Have a roll call, please.
Committee Member Duisiak.
I'm here.
Committee Member Woodham.
Here.
Committee Member Morocco.
Here.
Committee Member Narayan.
Here.
Committee Member Pinsler.
Here.
Committee Member Kilroy.
Here.
And Chairperson Stressenberg.
Here. I will lead the salute to the flag this evening. Everyone please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Face the flag. Ready to begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On the approval of the order of agenda, I would like to reorder things to go I-7, I-3, I-2, I-4, I-1, I-5, and I-6. I will. That's I-7, which is the school board. I'd like to get something in place for that first because we have a meeting next Tuesday at the school board. If we have anything to bring to them, we'll need some time to do that. I-3 is the city attorney. I-2 would be next, which is the city treasurer. I-4 deals with term limits. I-1 deals with city clerk. I-5, the word publish, and I-6 deals with residency.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask to move I-5 to your next meeting. I still have additional work to do in looking at how Arcadia, where they amended in 2022, how that's been working in practice, where there distinction between purely municipal.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
I would, in my motion to an approval of order of agenda, then have it be I-7, I-3, I-2, I-4, that we would continue item I-5 to the next regular meeting, and then I-6 this evening. I made the motion.
Do we need two separate motions for that?
Yeah, I think
One
so.
to continue and one to change the order of agenda?
I don't think so.
No.
Seemed like two actions to me. Whatever, I don't care.
Any public comment?
I have none.
Okay, I made the motion. Ms. Rocco, do you want a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, agenda has been reorganized. Blue folder items, and we now have 3 this evening, dealing with items I-3, I-6, and now 2 for I-6 is the latest one you sent out by hand was for I-6 as well?
Correct, and F2.
So is there a motion, a second, to bring those in?
So moved. Second.
Receive and file. So there's motion second, no public comment on that I'm taking. All in favor to receive and file the 3 blue folder items?
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
What about Joe's? Is that included?
He included that.
Is that included?
He included it.
That was included? Okay.
Yeah, I brought it in as a,
All right.
there's 2 for I-6 then. That's for I-6, I believe. Then on consent calendar, we have items F1 and F2. There's our motion second, or would anyone like to pull anything from the consent calendar?
I would like to pull the January 25th minutes.
Okay, so we'll pull, can we split those within F2 and still approve as, or do we pull?
You can approve whichever ones, and then the other one will.
Okay, so it's only to pull the January 25th, 2024 meeting minutes, correct?
Correct.
Motion to approve the remaining consent calendar items?
Second.
Motion and a second, no public comment. All in favor? Aye. Okay, excluded items for F2, the January 25th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Mr. Morocco.
So on page 4 of those minutes, there's a reference that I made a statement that I alleged the city council violated state law. That's completely out of context. I didn't make that statement. I went and listened to the tape again, and I would like to strike that. We were talking about the memo of understanding and what the council, the position of this committee was, and so I would like to strike out alleged city council violated state law from the middle of that section.
And where is that again? On page 4?
It's on page 4. It's right after you talked about the need correction.
What is it that you said?
So we were talking about the memo of understanding and the position was being asserted that the MOU was not in compliance with state law. And so this was shorthanded to making a statement that I had said the council violated state law, and that was not being said. So I think it needs to be stricken.
Okay.
So when we ask for that, do you go back and check the video?
We go back and check, and then we will fix the
2705.
2705. Thank you. That makes my life easier.
Yeah, but you have to look at it a little bit further back to see what the context that it comes out
Got it.
in.
Okay.
There were just a couple of minor typos now, though, as long as we got it pulled. On page 9, at the third paragraph down, begins with City Treasurer Solomon reported their use to be, it just should be used, as in the past tense. And then further down, about midway in that paragraph toward the right, it says, additionally, he noted it probably should say that he.
Okay.
Very minor things. I wasn't going to bring them up
Yeah.
unless I got pulled.
And you can just email them to me and I can.
I didn't have time to do that when I was
Okay. So is that
late in
it?
finishing these up today, so.
I know.
Anyone else on anything of the January 25th meeting minutes? So do we need to bring those back then, or
No, I mean,
to approve as amended pending
Correct.
verification by the city
Correct.
clerk?
correct.
I will make that motion to approve those with the pending the verification by the city clerk of the 3 items that were noted.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Those are passed. Thank you.
And then we'll be up to date with minutes now going forward. So that's great. I know. Okay.
Okay, public participation on non-agenda items. Section intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for the action. Section limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be awarded 3 minutes to address the committee. Are there any Zoom or e-comments?
We have no e-comments and no Zoom for the record. Also for the prior items for the minutes. We have none.
Hearing none, we can close that item. Moving on to the section I, we will begin then with I7, having to do with the school board. So my notes on the city council meeting indicate there was a comment by Councilmember Narenheim. See if I can find it here.
Past meeting?
No, at the council meeting of November 7th, I believe it was. Councilmember Narenheim asked about the school board being paid. So he had recommended that be sent back for the committee to look at. So currently, I believe the charter says shall serve without compensation. However, it appears that the school board has been being compensated. Mr. City Attorney, have you looked into that at all?
Yes, so this has come about twice in my career as city attorney. First time was brought to my attention by the then city clerk, Sandy Forrest, within my first week of being city attorney. And I contacted schools council at the time, which was a different firm than used now, explained that I now had a complaint and they needed to make certain they were complying with the charter. They argued for a little while and ultimately ended the process that was going on then in terms of paying them pursuant to the education code. The chair pointed out, I'm going to get the timing wrong, was it a few months ago, December? Sent an email to Niels Narenheim and myself pointing out that there was a concern with current practice of the school board. So I again contacted their outside counsel, who's Lieutenant Tucker, and Nils was following up with a question about that. I reached out to their attorney, and I think the issue was they were getting reimbursed, but it was a reimbursement for like a set amount. It wasn't for actual expenses, which is allowed pursuant to the education code under the charter. He said he would check and indicated that that would cease going forward. I don't know if that has occurred or not. You'd be in a better position to know if that has occurred.
So was that in violation of the city charter?
Are you asking me to prosecute the members of the school board that it could have been? I don't know what the actual expenses were. The question is, it's a fact-specific thing. So is someone, and I don't remember the amount, but just making it up, if you were someone was getting a $300 stipend for expenses and wasn't spending $300 in actual expenses, it could be.
Yeah, I hadn't yet asked if he were prosecuting. I asked if it was a violation of the city charter.
Well, and what I just explained was it would be a fact-specific investigation. As far as I know, no one's reported it to the police to determine whether or not members were receiving the stipend, and it was not commensurate with the expenses that they had actually expended. I have no idea. What I did with the first complaint was let them know. The clerk had brought it up, she hadn't reported it to the police, and so I was calling to make certain that we didn't have any issues, and it stopped. I took a similar tact. I don't know that you or anyone else reported it to the police. I don't know that the police conducted an investigation, and so that's why it's, I won't make a careless yes or no because it's fact specific. If someone was spending $500 on expenses for their services to school board, that would be allowed under the charter. I just don't know what the facts are. I'm concerned with the way it was structured because you could spend nothing as a school board member and collect whatever the stipend is. And I made that clear to the attorney from Camden, Tucker, Mr. Larson.
So to determine if it was a violation of the charter, you would first need it reported to the police?
Well, I don't investigate crimes. That's not,
Well, this is a violation of the city charter.
and all violations of city charters are misdemeanors. And so that we go back to the city attorney, where if the council fires someone that they can't fire or demands that someone be fired, that's a violation of non-interference, and no one can stop them except for the city attorney that can prosecute them for it. I don't know that that's well served, but we prosecute crimes that are investigated if they're fact specific. Did you report it to the police? Because we don't, one of the first things they teach you, very first things they teach you as a prosecutor, is to get all the facts before you. And you will have police officers who all the time, let me run something by you. And you will learn that it's not a hypothetical, it's a case, and they may not be letting you know of all the factors in the case. So I can't say if they were violating the charter, if they were receiving and I don't recall what the stipend was. You probably know. What's the stipend in the board policies?
I'm sorry, which the what?
The stipend that you complained about, what's the amount?
$250 per month.
Right, so it could be a violation if someone wasn't spending any money on their expenses.
I wasn't spending $250 a month.
Yeah, I would have told you not to.
Can I ask a quick question?
I was not spending $250 per month. I will repeat it for clarity.
So, and has that practice ended now, like I was assured it would end? The no longer,
The practice occurred.
did the practice, that wasn't my question, has the practice ended?
For me, it has. I demanded that it end.
Well, but did it end for all of you?
I have no,
If you want, I'll follow up with Mr. Larson to confirm that he has in fact switched to, there are, city allows, as an alternative to using cars, providing cars. They provide a car allowance. Well, there's no such, provision. The city gives a cell phone allowance. As opposed to in the old days, they would, bill for personal, phone calls that were made on the GTE bills. And as a way of paying for the work calls you're taking on time. So that's a common practice. What I don't know is if they were receiving, let me look it up real quick.
Well,
Joe wanted to go first.
So under 16.1, shall serve without compensation except necessary expenses when acting as a designated representative of the Board of Education as provided in the Education Code of the State of California. So if one of your colleagues or you were spending $250 and you were being reimbursed, if you went to a seminar and they paid for your hotel bill or paid for a meal per diem.
They did, in addition to the $250.
Yeah, so that would be, that it was the $250 that caused me concern. However, if you were paying other expenses.
I was not.
Yeah, so that would be a violation. And so if someone wants to complain to the police about any of the violations that have occurred within the past year, then they will do an investigation and they will report it to my office and we'll make a determination if it is worthy of prosecution.
If it was worthy of prosecution.
Well, every case is determinable of whether or not there's evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person is guilty of the crime and whether we can prove it to a jury. But there is also, you have to make a determination if the public interest would be served for the prosecution.
So if $250,000 of taxpayer money could be recovered, I would think that would be in the taxpayer's interest.
Not sure how $250,000 could ever be recovered since the statute of limitations is 1 year. So ideally,
Statute of limitations doesn't necessarily apply though, does it?
in every criminal case, it absolutely does apply.
unless you murdered somebody.
Yeah, it's 1 year for a misdemeanor, it's 3 years for a felony, and there are some crimes that have no statute of limitations, such as murder, but absolutely in a criminal cases, and there are tragic cases where the person has committed a horrible crime. but it has the statute of limitations and they can't be held accountable. Now, that's not to say someone can't sue the school district or sue individual school members, but that's not neither here or there or nor within, my area. But as soon as I got your email, I reviewed it. I had to find the board policies and where they were on the board website. Having sent 6 kids through the Redondo Union School District, I had never had a need to review the board policies up till now, and found it and contacted Mr. Larson to let him know that that could be a potential violation. And I was really concerned and it needed to end. And he informed me after apparently speaking to all of you or speaking to the superintendent. I'm not sure who he spoke to. He just said he'd spoken to his client.
He spoke to me.
Okay, so I assume he spoke to the superintendent and
No assumptions.
Can I call for a point of order?
Yes.
We're here to do the charter review stuff, and we have a long meeting, and
So that's why it was brought back to us, should the charter be amended?
okay, so let's focus on that question. Do you think the charter should be amended, or do you not think the charter should be amended? I'm looking at the letter from the school board that says, no, they don't. You had a question from the city council. So are you recommending to us that we change 16.1?
I'm, at this point, merely establishing the background of why this was sent back to us. Mr. Dwidziak, you got a point?
I just, at the risk of belaboring this, Mr. Maroka's statement, isn't there some kind of ethical responsibility to send them a cease and desist letter?
well,
Or the criminal version of the cease and desist letter?
yeah, we don't send criminal versions of cease and desist
Yeah,
letters.
words by trade.
Stop doing the crime, please.
We send a complaint. We're not in the business of sending warning letters. And so what was apparent to me was that they may have received improper advice of what was allowed, by not checking.
I don't need to know the
So,
laundry list.
What we needed to do, I will double check and confirm with Mr. Larson that it has in fact been removed. He did respond to me that they were no longer going forward. It concerns me that a school board member wouldn't know that that had been removed. So I will check to make certain that is no longer in the policy, and that if they have any expenses, they have a policy that makes it clear that they're not just having a dollar figure, because I had no idea how the 250 was
really-
figured, and now that.
Not to interrupt you, but what really irks me is that this is kind of like, we'll just kind of put it under the carpet. I mean, if the public doesn't get to know this, unless you file criminal charges or do some other form of personal, not personal correspondence, business correspondence to them, that you have knowledge of it, or it's been reported or investigated. And if any of those things are happening, there will be criminal prosecution. And then, boom, it's done. My point is, the public needs to know this. That's a part of the charter. That's why we have a charter. Given, it's a limitation on government, not a free rein to do what you want. But do we need to belabor this? No, I don't think we do. I mean, I think we've made the point that it's not good business, or it's at least up for interpretation, and that we should recommend to the city council that they should put something on the ballot that clarifies this. Compensation is compensation.
They don't need to clarify.
Okay, all right, but then you need to do your job.
So, and I do my job.
I didn't say you didn't. I asked you how you did it, and you don't take the intermediate step of saying, that's a stop sign, pal. That's why we put all the LED lights around the stop sign. That's a stop sign.
That is correct. And
Okay, so we are wasting time here.
So, and the only reason it came up is because Councilman Nierenheim, who was copied on the letter from you was following up on that. And so it's just, I received assurance that that process had ceased. I will verify that that process has ceased. And your question is, do you want to pay it? Because in my experience, most outside counsel or for the school, or at least, are not looking at what's in the charter. They're looking at what's in the ed code. And I don't think there is no one,
There's a word for that. Shame on you.
there is no one on the school board or in the superintendent's office who was around back when this happened before, except in that case, I seem to recall it was just straight compensation. It's just, they weren't looking at it at all.
No.
So I think this was.
That's not what occurred.
What?
It was never straight compensation.
Oh, really, back?
The way it's written now is the way it was written in 2005.
Oh, no,
This goes back long before that. I remember
yeah,
that.
so it was
The
different.
way it's written now is written in 2005.
All right, so if this process has continued, then I'll take more formal action. But that has any number of things that action could be.
Right, but again, it sounds like you need to tell the complainant and Councilman Nuremberg of what the results are, not us.
I'm only addressing because it's not either within your purview, so.
I understand
And
that.
I would never tell a council person what
Well, I
the
said
results
report, the
are.
report.
And I was imagining the report would know because he's on the school board. And
I will take issue with your statement before saying that you were surprised that I didn't know. I did know. I reported it. I am not aware of other school members. That is not my business.
okay, so I didn't know that you seem unaware of knowing that the practice has ended, which I was assured the process would end and had been changed. I will double check that. So that's what I'm saying. It was someone who worked out, I don't know why it was reported to me as opposed to, I don't know if there was.
Because it was a violation of the city charter.
Right, but you all were the ones that could change it most effectively by changing your policies. And I couldn't find
You
a
all
meeting.
meaning
The school board.
okay.
The school
Not
board could
you
have just,
all.
right, no. You and the fellow school board members can most effectively and directly, if you thought it was a violation of the charter, have ended that process, as opposed to me threatening potential criminal prosecution, which is the one tool that I have in this regard. And I couldn't find any discussion, maybe I missed it, where you brought it up and said, this is wrong, a violation of the charter, it needs to end. So,
If I can.
Yes.
This is charter language I'm interested in. First of all, I'd love to see the school board out of the charter to begin with. That's a whole different story. You gave the example of the city, after dealing with individuals putting in expenses, they decided to come up with somewhat of an umbrella, saying, for phone it's this, for car it's this. When it says necessary expenses, if the school board, and I'm not sure it was done in public or not, said basically, it's easier for us to just give you a number because over the years it's just more cumbersome to give you individual. Is that okay?
it could be okay if there was a record firmly established that they were spending a minimum of $250 a month. Given what the chair said in his role as a school board, I think they would have trouble showing that because he's saying, I don't spend $250 a month, and therefore that factual record wouldn't support that finding.
My issue was the word necessary. Because that seems to indicate that you have to get an approval to do this as opposed to having a standard payment for expenses because that's what the average is over the year. Is that the problem?
Well, I don't know, I don't recall, because I
But let's
didn't
say-
look, I don't recall how it's defined in the education code.
In the educational, it's defined as actual and necessary. That is the key to it. And the fact that the charter references in accordance with the education code, it becomes a charter violation as well.
Okay, as Ron was talking about, this is about the charter, and if the charter makes it more complicated, maybe we ought to deal with it, but it may just very well be that they just have to stop doing what they do. But if they did it in public, and they said, this is the reason we did it, and I'm not sure they did, but if they did, then maybe
Yeah,
it's okay.
I don't know, how do you pass the board policies? I assume that would be passed by the board.
It was in October of 2005.
Okay, so, well,
It's
so,
only a crime if someone is watching.
so, if,
Smoke fill room or something up there? or-
so.
There's not enough people for smoke.
So I'd be interested in seeing that could have been the response to the complaint that I had. And that could be why I'm remembering that it was before, because I took office in April of 2005. So maybe the October one was correct, eliminating compensation. And I don't know what the factual basis was for the 250, because they could have, to committee member Pinsler's point, have found that, we're all spending 250 in expenses, and therefore it's easier to do that. I just don't know. But I recall, I could be wrong, but if the clerk brought it up to me my first week, it would have been April 2005, and it could have been that this was the reaction to it.
Okay. So that was the one thing that was brought out by Councilmember Nierenheim. As far as the broader picture of it being sent back, there wasn't any specific comments by the council other than in the final motion, Mr. Obagi included the school board when he referenced looking at changing term limits. He said, including whether to address term limits of city council, school board, revisions to the school board, if any, as they are addressed in the charter. That, his words exactly. Now, what exactly that means?
Well, I think we discussed that last month under I-4, and specifically talking about how there'd been no opposition to the school board term limits last time when committee member Kilroy brought it before the voters, and there was strong opposition to the mayor and council. So that clearly is before you within I-4, whether or not you want to have term limits or you want to have the school board in there.
So does anyone want to address term limits in the school board?
Well, shouldn't that be under I-4?
No, this is council in there. And actually, this is a different section. I'm looking at the letter that was sent October 24th, 2023 in our materials from Rachel Silverman Nemeth. And it appears that the school board's fine with it as well at this point.
The leave us alone letter?
Yes, well, we've prodded them and they've responded
Yeah.
with this letter. So and I thought we had actually finished up on all the stuff with the school board, and that's why I'm surprised that we're still lingering on it. We made our initial recommendation and it came back, we've commented now, and we've got a definite position. I don't necessarily see anybody saying that we need to expand the term limits.
Okay.
Unless you have a different view.
No, I share that same view, but I did get a sense from talking to some of the city council members that they wanted a more elaborate's not the right word, expansive explanation as to how we arrived at our conclusion. That they didn't just want, no, we don't think you need to change anything, but that we considered X, Y, Z, and because of whatever, we think that no changes are needed.
Findings. Findings.
Findings, sure.
Well, and our findings were that take it all out except for the basic language of 16 that says that a school district exists. Then it came back from the school board with a letter of requesting no changes whatsoever.
Sure, but
So
our,
that is, we did
That was our,
have thorough discussion about,
I don't disagree that we did. It's just that the impression I got, speaking with my council member, was that they wanted that presented to the council formally, that we considered X, Y, Z, exactly what you just said, but that because the school board, by consensus, by, I don't know if it's unanimous or not, has told us that they really would prefer it be kept as is, that we have decided to defer to the school board. And I don't know that we didn't communicate that. I'm just relaying what I have got speaking to my council.
I would say I did verbally.
Right.
There was no written report because we didn't have the time to put together a written report and have it get approved and make the deadline that we had.
Okay.
So.
And now we have a letter that you can actually attach to the
Well,
report.
they had
they
the
had
letter.
the letter.
Yeah, they had the
They
letter.
got that at the November
Yes,
meeting?
It was attached.
I thought November was the oral report. That's,
But they had the letter
They had
attached to
that
their,
back.
to their documents. And that's what I gave the summary of, is that our decision was, after looking at it, we agreed that school board or school district in general, which includes the school board, should come out of the charter except for a very native language, just that they're in existence of the school district, which is the 16 dot section.
So I guess as an example, with regards to a pro and con, or things that were specifically discussed, was the idea that if you take them out of the charter, then they end up potentially having to pay for their own elections, and that there's a cost associated with that. That kind of thing, as to whether that is part of the decision-making or is part of the thing, that it certainly is part of what we discussed. Like I said, I think they want it in writing. Yes, this letter, I think, does pretty much go over everything that we went over,
And they had the letter,
and they had the letter,
so they had it in writing.
and I'm not sure,
I got a solution. Why don't we just write some bullet points, and put a conclusion, some premises and a conclusion, and ship it back to them? How's that?
And I will say that part of it was they didn't like what I did, where I quoted Mr. Pinsler and said, send it to the city council and let them figure it out. And that was the truth, that's
yeah,
where we
'cause-
were.
but you
Because
also have this other item that's in the section on it that has bullet points in there if you want to attach that as well. I don't know if they got that as well, but this is a good
They
start.
got the letter.
I understand, but we also have the analysis of the other cities, so that would be part of that ultimate recommendation. We considered what other cities do as well.
well, in all honesty, our recommendation was, if that's what the school board wants, we're not going to go against that. It was. And that's what was presented to the council. Now, if they didn't like that for some reason, I understand. And we can give them some more bullet points, but it's going to end up at the same, the status is no different. Because we did have the discussion, and our conclusion was take it out, except for the very simple language that the school district exists for this, whatever's in that first paragraph. And that we were not of the mind to countermand the decision of the school board itself.
Well, why don't we just leave all that crap out of it and just say, this are our findings, and here's our conclusion? As opposed to, we're gonna go along with the school board or whatever.
And we can do that. And I agree, we can do that. We did not do that
Why don't we
before.
do that?
We can. That's why we're doing this right here.
yeah, My feeling
This is
is
what
they
the
wanted
committee
they wanted a Reader's Digest version so that they had talking points.
Okay, and so why don't we give them that?
I agree.
Because we already decided what we want to say, why don't we just say it? Just one man's opinion.
Was it something we said, Mike?
Chair is broken, so
Yeah.
we'll be leaning back all night.
So is there anything that would be added to the comments that I had put together that are dated, I believe, 7/27?
7/27.
Right?
But that says it was subsequent to November 22nd, 22, and I think you talked to them in 23.
Well, it says update to the committee, subsequent to November 22, the report to the council in November 22, the first one I did, had to deal, and that's on the record too, that had to do with the fact that we had recommended to move to by trustee area or by district.
That was originally what was.
That was the original recommendation that this committee made. That was taken to the city council as our recommendation. The council's unanimous response was take it back and look at just simply taking the school board or the school district out of the charter. And that is why I have to state here, subsequent to that November 22 report to council. So that, just to remind us all, that was the report to council in 22, our first recommendation. Go to trustee areas. Don't let the city get sued. Simple thing. Their response was, and they said, recommendation discussed to remove school board from charter. And that's all highlighted here.
And we discussed it, and that should be part of our final report. I mean, this is actually a good structure starting point. And then you can attach the letter and say, okay, we discussed it again with regards to what, since we're not taking out of the charter, what else is going to do?
I would just skip the letter, because that seems to be the sticking point here. It seems like they're, I'm not speaking for any one of them, but it seems like they're saying, no, we want you to decide, not the school board. You're just going along with the school board. So what I say is give them something that's definitive from us, whatever it is.
And I'm fine with that, but remember collectively, the decision of this committee last time was, let's not go against what the school board wants. It was.
Okay.
We're at a different place now, maybe.
But there was rationale behind it.
Yeah.
It was.
Just present the rationale and that's.
Exactly.
Okay.
Represent it, repackage it.
Yeah.
You're a salesman, come on.
What I said.
I'm certainly no salesman, so I can't.
Okay, so other than simply, as you said, repackaging what we had already done, and
Putting lipstick on it, how's that?
So can we, at least as a group, if I make a motion that says we don't touch the charter with regards to section 16, we don't recommend any changes to it, would that be a good starting point to get to the point of doing the report and analysis?
when you say 16, what do you mean? The entire,
Section 16, the whole thing.
Altogether, we don't.
all of it, okay.
Yeah, because I don't think we've had any proposals, other than this term limit stuff, that deals with section 16 itself.
Well, but we had discussed that and decided that we agreed that it should come out of the charter.
But now we're in the position that it's going to stay in the charter with no changes.
That was the school board feedback on it, and we
And our
we
feedback.
agreed not to countermand that.
That's right. And just report that and
So if we take a vote saying we're going to leave check section Article 16 and not recommend any changes, then our next step would be to come up with the rationale in support of why we're not recommending changes, which, as you've listened to a number of our meetings repetitively, I think is in the materials that we've already discussed. Or we can get the city attorney to smooth it over.
You don't want to he's working on his cease and desist letter.
How many letters I'm going to have to,
Yeah, I got an idea.
Don't drive drunk, it's still illegal. Don't, I think if you changed it to Article 16, because the school board wrote the letter, we concur that nothing in Article 16 should be changed. And if that is the consensus now, then you can have all the reasons in support of that.
I don't think we concurred. I believe we deferred
Okay,
to the
that-
school board.
that-
I really don't believe we concurred with that finding.
I don't think we deferred. I think we actually did an analysis.
Yeah,
We've
Well,
been doing an
what I'm saying,
analysis.
we didn't simply concur with what the school board letter said. We deferred to it because our findings were, yes, it should come out of the charter.
Well, I would have been a negative vote there.
Check the,
We can go back and look and see how you voted.
I think it depends on, you didn't, that was before you got the letter from the school board? And my memory is that when you got the letter from the school board, it was like,
No, we knew about the letter from the school board. We had it here at our last.
we determined, no, when we first started, we did not.
When we first started, but in the end, we did.
well, yeah, I'm
We
saying when
made a
you,
decision.
right.
And if you check the minutes, you'll find there was a decision to accept what the school board said and to pass that along to the council as our
Or it could
judgment.
be a motion to accept what the school board said and recommend not making any changes to Article 16. It's however you want to either concur, defer, or just accept. Whatever language this committee wants is
We
fine.
did that.
I would.
Well, I'm saying you could do a
That didn't
motion
work.
now and then.
We didn't vote on it.
I think what we did was we presented it in November 22 to the council. The two former members that were on the school board that are sitting on the council said, hey, have you considered this? And so now we're just basically saying, yes, we did consider it. We've gotten feedback from the school board. We concur with that or defer, whatever you want to call it. But I think at this point, we should just take a vote if we want to move forward with any changes or not, and then come up with the
Make a
language.
motion.
What?
Make a motion.
I move that we don't make any change, actually, I like what Mr. Webb said, but I move that we don't recommend any changes to Article 16 related to the school board. And I'm happy to help write on that, although Mr. Pinsler seems to have the gift of the pen, so.
I've written enough, thank you.
You've
Plus,
contributed your part.
It's the same old song, though.
I have it on speed dial.
I guess we need a second.
I'll second.
So.
You're the second?
Sure.
Okay. So to be clear, your motion is to recommend to city council that no changes now be made. That is the committee recommendation.
Correct.
And that would coincide with the school district request.
Yes, and we would,
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
And then we write some decisive language of why we feel this way, excluding the letter. In other words, it works now, why fix it?
But we,
Go, walk into the minefield if you want to. Go ahead.
I will.
We took their feedback,
We can sit there and say we took input from various stakeholders and have determined that blah, 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 blah.
You know, I don't think we need the bullshit. I just-
I view it as our first step is to decide what position we're taking.
Right.
And then consistent with what you're saying, but I don't think we need to put it in the resolution, that we will actually have a report written. I guess we have to get it done by the end of April anyway. And bring up the points that we've been discussing today that would support what we're proposing.
Who's gonna write this?
I guess I can do it, although.
I'll help you. I don't have a problem with that.
Although I'm happy to work with you on it, and
It's up to you. I don't.
I know I'm
it's
fine.
basically already written.
Right.
Exactly
Except
my
for-
point. We reformatted
Yes.
it. Exactly my point.
We-
You're catching on now. I mean,
But Mr. Pinsler actually has a nice style of
Okay.
presenting this stuff,
Let
so
him
we
do
should
it.
follow that kind of
So
style.
Start making
but he
mistakes.
can't brag. He can't say the same thing he said for 30 years. For this.
This isn't a 30-year deal for me.
No, this is not a 30-year deal.
So the summary of our prior position is well documented in that prior document.
Right.
So it just has to be reformulated?
I think
Wordsmith?
actually,
I mean, I don't really,
yeah, I think you did a piece about
Yes,
this,
you
the
did.
process on one of the things that we're talking about tonight, where you, I think it was on the clerk's office. You went through the history and what we did, and I think that may be a good model to follow.
That was an 11-page document.
Well, they want to report, and we've spent how many hours? Today's an hour,
The
but we.
request I heard was for bullet points. This has bullet points.
Yeah,
Now, I don't recall if this was actually transferred to them or not. I'd have to look back at the city council minutes and see if this document made it in with the package to city council, but can certainly go to them. But what you're saying is we would now change our position from what it was.
yeah, I think if we took a vote, I think we'd end up all agreeing that we need to change the position. And
Check the minutes, we already changed the position.
We have?
Sure, we decided to not do anything. We
We never took a vote.
I think we did.
We did not.
Changing it from the first position.
We can. Yeah, we did not take a vote.
we can put the word final. Final vote on it.
So
Final draft
before
is
you
an
vote,
oxymoron, just so you know.
what was the friendly amendment accepted?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or
You
will
made the
there-
friendly amendment.
Will there be
No, I don't know if
a,
it was accepted.
will there be a separate
was it?
one? It was, he wanted to make the report part of the motion.
Right.
You can do that, and you could say that the two of you will write the report, or you could do a second motion. But you need to decide whether you're accepting it as a friendly motion.
I don't have a problem accepting the part that says that you and I will work on writing the report on this.
What part do you have a problem with?
I think that was it.
That's the only part?
Joe will have the problem with, if he has to do anything.
That's right.
And then Matt, you're the seconder.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Any public comment?
We have no public comments.
We're missing Mr. Chesson this evening then.
Yeah, I don't see
All
it.
right, we have a motion and a second
Oh,
to,
he just raised his hand. Okay. Stefan Chasen. Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that I am here and I've been enjoying your discussion very much.
I noted that you were missed, Mr. Chesson.
Well, that's why I raised my hand, because you mentioned my name and I wanted to let you know that I am here. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
We took care of public comment.
Yeah.
Is that it? No further Zoom or e-comments?
Any comments?
Okay. So is your motion clear to you? Because it sounds like you're going to be,
I would actually prefer if Eleanor can read it back, or so we know what's going to end up being in the minutes kind of thing.
Well, I have that no changes for Article 16 be made and report by bullet point. That was the motion I got. It was motion
By committee
Rocco.
member Rocco and committee member Duiziak.
And I did.
Second.
No,
Mike
that's it, but then
Kilroy.
I'm talking about the friendly amendment, which was accepted, which would, there'll be a bullet point report.
No, the bullet
by-
points was the part that
Okay.
Just
a
friendly.
we're going
report,
to have the
a
discretion to
report by
recommend.
committee member Morocco
Morocco and
and Duiziak. That was the friendly amendment that was accepted.
to have that report come back to us when?
No later than April.
Well, we
We
should
can do that by
probably,
March.
okay.
Yeah, we're just-
He seems to have
it's
balanced
gonna be pretty
energy now.
simple. Just so you know. There's not a whole lot of research that goes into this.
No.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
I will vote no.
Is there a reason?
Yes, because I think it should come out of the charter. I will write the dissenting opinion.
Okay, great. That's good to know.
It follows with our original position. All right, so along with that, now we can get a motion second to continue this item to the next regular meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Motion second to continue this item next regular meeting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item is continued. Thank you. Back to So now on to I3, which is discussion of possible action for city council's direction regarding a charter amendment on whether the city attorney position.
Okay, the city attorney and I met and discussed the meeting as we, the memo as we discussed last time. I've taken some of his input and some I didn't. And part of the reason I just felt that this was a statement of what we have done and what issue that has been discussed remains. And I think it gives a reasonable history of what we did and what we decided upon. I didn't go into the details, for example, of Mike's presentation, because that presentation could in fact be added to this document to send, if you wanted to send it to the city council. And I felt that we had discussed originally and gotten approval to send to the city council to put the item of elected versus appointed on the ballot. And I did state that while this was not necessarily an endorsement of the position, that the concept was that voters should decide. And I think we discussed that specifically when we were doing this. The council responded to that, and it was asked about splitting the two positions. I think I recorded what I think was, at least from my notes and review, a concise but reasonable review of what we did, what we talked about. And that, when it came to it, we decided that we did not want this to be, that we would not recommend. And that perhaps there was perhaps a misconception that by deciding that we didn't want to, we needed to tell them that we didn't want to. We want them to do it. And that's what I believe I put in here. And there has been one other discussion that we have not gotten to, and we may or may not get to, but the question of whether the city council should have the ability to get advice without going through the city attorney.
That did go to them.
Yeah, so that was the one thing that
I missed that then.
well, the chair mentioned it last time. That was specifically in the
Okay.
recommendation. So we had a very good meeting, I thought, very productive. The only things that I recommended were specifically, I pointed out that Chair Stretzenberg, it was specifically in the document that you sent to them recommending that they
missed it.
rejected. So I said the last paragraph should come out because that's not factually true. I'd also indicated, although it was good and given the history of the 6-1 of the original committee as constituted, it leaves out that it was a 4-3 vote of this committee as constituted to send that last recommendation to them. And the only other thing that wasn't put in there was I recommended bullet points, just like committee member
I
Duiziak.
tried the bullet points, frankly, and it wasn't an issue of, I thought that if I attached your document, that would give some of what I think, at least from our discussion, that you wanted to get across was the rationale of why city prosecutors exist in some cities as separate entities, and why those cities are doing that work.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And in attaching that would be good. I actually was trying to defer more to the committee in that just if you had bullet points, it could be 10 cons and no pros. You know, I didn't care. I said, if you wanted to use my, where I had given some sample pros and cons, and the only reason I said that was because the committee was talking a lot about, pros and cons and wants to look at this approach. It may be that your narrative is enough. But the only thing, I do think, in fairness, you should put the 4-3 vote of this committee and take out the last section, because the chair mentioned, that specifically was in the language that the reso that you presented to the council.
Yeah, and I made the specific verbal point of it because what we presented was the language that had been created by our outside counsel. And in that, because it was all new language, there was no strike through or bold to indicate, because it was just simply all new. So I specifically verbally drew their attention to that is now in there, in the language that was presented to them. It was not, or is not in the charter currently.
Then I missed that and I apologize, but
Yeah,
I may not have, that may have been the time I was away. I don't remember.
Yeah, so I think really the issue is the split model, and this committee has been pretty clear and unanimous that you don't recommend it because it's a one-off model. So I think if you put the 4.3 in and you took the other paragraphs out, and even if you don't want to put the 4.3 in, that's fine, but it's a little bit misleading because the last thing that went to them was the 4.3 model of new language. And I think they were really looking at
Okay.
the Long Beach model, and you have a clear recommendation of not going with the Long Beach model. So I think this report can reflect that with those changes.
Okay. I apologize for missing that.
I have a,
Check his
2
meds.
points.
Was that?
Somebody's got to check your meds.
Mr. Morocco.
I think I was in Kenya at
Mr.
the
Morocco,
time.
please.
So I read today's Easy Reader, and it seemed that the new mayor's position is that the city manager should be the person appointing the city attorney. And we probably should flush out some language in the report that deals with why we think that the council, not necessarily the city manager, because I think our earliest discussions were who's going to make
Fine.
the appointment. And, but since you have somebody on the dais, it's,
Yeah, he has long believed in that.
okay. But we need
He
to,
and I have discussed that many times.
well, then you know the points to throw in there with regards to that, but I also would.
It's ironic, that AES would be building a new power plant if you had that model, because the manager at the time did not want to oppose the power
Hearsay.
plant. What?
Hearsay.
My
Oh,
sec-
No,
Hearsay. They're not here to testify.
You can read the record
All
when.
right, so backing up.
So wait, let me finish.
To
my
get to my, I don't agree with him on that.
I know, but I think the report needs to
Fine.
include that, just because he is now on the dais and we need to respect what his position has been announced in the public about.
Well, he wrote that, I talked to him today, he wrote that before he became.
That's right.
I understand, but he now is the mayor and he's going to be sitting there when this report's presented and he may have questions. So at least we acknowledge that we've listened to what his position is.
Anticipate.
And, well,
Ron, if you could, we never actually made that decision. Manager versus city council, I don't think.
I thought it was in the 4-3 vote that had the specific language.
I don't
I don't remember it.
remember it either.
But anyway,
The first
think-
one.
I think you need- what?
Because you had the first one, you still left open the modality, whether you were appointing someone doing
Okay, we can go back and
We
find
didn't
that.
say who would be the. we
but
could
my
do that.
other point is I would like still to have my dissent attached to the report.
You say no?
I'm kidding. It was already attached.
I know, but this is a new report.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so let's back up for a second. Where we started was that we first sent the recommendation that it would be changed in the language as is from elected to appointed, just in
General
broad
terms.
scope. We got the referral from city council at that time, when we reported that, to go back and look at, quote, the Long Beach model. We did that extensively. And we still came to the conclusion that we were recommending the original premise of changing from elected to appointed. However, we provided new language for that because it had been rewritten by Mr. Colantuno as a new section of the charter, which was appropriate. But it was basically the same message in a different format, in a more proper format, I would say. So that was still our recommendation. And we made the point that, yes, we extensively looked at the Long Beach model and had their prosecutor come and speak with us. And the determination by the committee was no one saw any or gave any indication that they wanted to proceed with that. It simply died in committee is basically, we didn't take a vote on it to say no. There was no, not even a motion to continue with it. There was no interest in continuing anything with that Long Beach model. Took that to the city council this last time. Then Mr. Obagi made the most, or the only clear recommendation where he said, Obagi explicitly responds, let me tell everybody that is what I favor very much. What is that is what I favor very much so, which was the splitting of the role into an appointed civil council and retaining an elected city prosecutor. Explicitly, he reiterated.
But that wasn't part of his motion. That was clearly.
The motion
his
was
intent.
ambiguous.
That was.
And never was there a recommendation to relook at the Long Beach model. Never. That was not mentioned at all. The city attorney mentioned that, tried to get it back in there. No council member did that. I have watched the video, I have transcript, I've done my own transcript, but it still came back to us, and there was some dissatisfaction with the fact that we had not looked at a model that had a elected prosecutor, city prosecutor, and an appointed city attorney. There was dissatisfaction.
Discussion here about that.
We brought it up once, but at the time, nothing existed in another city to even look at.
But we did consider.
That had been brought up, but it was never really fully discussed. Now we have San Diego potentially pursuing making that change. I believe you.
Well, San Diego's a different thing. San Diego has a problem with the city auditor who is elected being.
There's city attorney too.
Oh, they have an elected city attorney, but they don't, the auditor is saying the advice that they're getting from the city attorney is not something that they feel is appropriate.
Yeah, it's not the city council that was saying that, it's a different entity. Yes, okay, but that's right. But that's what was sent back to us explicitly by Councilmember Obagi, was to consider that model of an elected city prosecutor and an appointed, and he referred to it as civil counsel. And he goes on, he went further with that. I can find some more quotes here. However, he talks about, for example, he says, I don't see a benefit in having a civil attorney be elected. The public is not seeing the advice that the civil attorney is giving in closed session. That's where he further reiterated that he saw no need for an elected city attorney. He was the only one that spoke on that issue. Now, in the final motion, it simply got brought forth as including whether to split the duties of the city attorney for civil prosecutor, which was then clarified as criminal prosecutor, and civil counsel. It was not in the motion specifically referred to again as elected prosecutor and appointed civil counsel. However, he had explicitly and reiterated that point earlier, and was the only council member that spoke on that. The city attorney tried to speak on it.
So it's interesting because you're reading explicitly from not the motion, and it's always a problem with the council where they are unclear. The reason I brought it up is, from my memory, I haven't looked at it, is because Councilman Barrett, who I believe seconded it, expressed frustration at not having more details on the Long Beach model. And the Long Beach is both appointed, as you know. And so he, as I recall,
Both elected.
yeah, both elected. And so, sorry. So, and that's the only reason I brought it up, because I'm neither pro nor con. It's just, I'm not as universally, it's not worth trying. And I'm not going to have to do the job, but I can see arguments for and against. So, and that was just to clarify that what they were looking at included what Councilman Barrett had wanted to look at. So, and I think.
Councilmember Barrett never stated that.
Not in that meeting, but.
Not in that meeting.
The previous one.
The previous one he did,
was
and
the
we
one
looked at it.
Yes.
Yes,
Well, I think
He
there
clearly
was,
stated it in another meeting that
he did,
prefers that much.
the prior one.
right. And so I think there was dissatisfaction that they didn't feel that you had conveyed that to them. And now this, with the tweaks, I think adequately conveys that as a whole, you don't think it's a good idea.
And we had that written up as well in a prior report that was put together.
Yeah.
But it was not forwarded to them because we didn't approve that as a, the thing we had done a year and a half ago was we got it, there was time that we got a report done. We brought it to us, we went through it all, we all said, yes, that's the report we agreed to. That's what was taken to city council. Last time, we just simply did not have the time frame to complete that. Yes.
The grand scheme that was presented was, let's change the city attorney to appointed and city prosecutor to elected. Without thinking, well, what if they say, okay, elect the city prosecutor, but don't say to appoint the city. Now you've got two elected officials, which puts us into the Long Beach model, which we now say doesn't work. And that's a complication that.
Why doesn't it work though?
It doesn't work for us.
You're assuming a whole
No,
lot
it doesn't.
underneath.
What we decided was the cost separation of the particular jobs, cross personnel.
Again, bullet points.
Yeah, all those things. Yes. That's why that was in Mike's report. That's why I
And so
wanted.
you could attach that
Just attach the report.
to the
It's all
narrative,
there.
absent the
Yeah.
conclusion. And I think it would be fair to put in the 4-3 vote of what you had sent previously.
Okay. So
So that's what got sent back to us,
yeah.
was to reconsider it once again with that option, even though it wasn't in the final motion, I agree with that, but that's the only thing that was talked about, was this, to relook at that option of an elected prosecutor and appointed civil
Wouldn't have
counsel.
the same issue with the cost, because it's the same, adding two offices still. So it's very similar to what we discussed before. Because the financial burden of the city would be somewhat the same.
We haven't discussed that. It could be.
That'd be a natural assumption to make, because it is two offices. It might not be the same, but it's pretty much you assume it's the same kind of cost.
And that's what's before us now, is to, well, are the same reasons that we wouldn't want two electeds, are those this, would we have that be the same reasons that we would also be against having one appointed, one elected?
Well, the one thing that I would point out, and I appreciate you acknowledging that wasn't in the actual motion. It's always hard when at the end of the evening, council members on any do a speaking motion, and then the next day or the next week, staff has to figure out what was actually, what was approved by the body as a whole. But remember, the one thing that was explicit in the motion was that this was for the next general municipal election in March of 2025. And that the model that you can't have on the March 2025 is the removal of the city attorney as an elected official. And so what I said with, I don't know if, I disagree with him, but I don't know if the idea to avoid committee member Pinsler's idea is put on March, separating the Long Beach model, and then November of 2026, you put on the second question of making the city attorney.
That's a ruse to get the dual elected in place. I don't agree with that at all.
I'm not,
That was never brought forth,
okay.
except by you.
All right, so I take umbrage with ruse. I think you're the one that is clearly directing it towards what you want, but the
I am
fact,
quoting city council.
when I am too in the actual motion, for placement on the March 2025 ballot.
And how many
you
times has
know-
that changed?
You know, you can't put that, well,
That's why we have to do the report.
that's
by
part,
May.
that was your direction. And you ignored it with the clerk last time, where the clerk, and the clerk and the treasurer, who was more ambiguous with the city attorney, when you were, told to bring something for the November 2024 election, and you brought it for the March. And so I would strongly recommend,
On advice of council, we did that.
I would strongly,
You guys realize I'm sitting in the middle. And I bite. So if you're gonna fight.
okay, you can ignore it again. And I think you'll get,
You can't ignore that it was done on advice of council.
I can ignore that council, you weren't authorized for council to do that. You expended money for things that were outside the scope. We had clear direction of what he was authorized to do. And you're so committed to one vision, you're fine with ignoring
No,
the
I'm not committed to one
restrictions
vision.
on-
I'm committed
the
to a fair
restrictions
look
on-
at all options, not a 60% speaking time to one option, which is what we've had.
Excuse me, can I?
Sorry, I had
Mr. Pinsler.
I had a PowerPoint and you criticized from the number of PowerPoints before you even heard it. We've had much lengthier discussions. So all I can say is you had direction from the council.
Was that
for-
PowerPoint presented to the council at that meeting? Because I thought you did present one to the council.
It was attached.
No, so but it was
No,
at
I-
that meeting that we're all discussing, not the.
So you were told to, the city attorney, you were looking at models that could be for the next general municipal election for all the positions. The only one that can be is the Long Beach model. If you want to do it, you don't want to do it, your report should reflect that and the reasons why. And we really should be done with this item
How could
because
the Long Beach model go on the March 2025?
it's not a change in status.
It is a change in status.
No, it wouldn't be changing the city, the Long Beach model wouldn't be changing the city attorney.
Right.
It would only be
If
changing
we
the city
keep
prosecutor.
prosecution, no, there's elements of prosecution that are explicitly only for the city attorney in the charter at present.
Right, and that's different from a change in status, and also you could write it in such a way.
It's not just change of status either. I need to stop that you keep truncating and selecting words. The full language is much more than change in status. It includes a change in a right. It's not just a change in status. That's a very short-sighted, biased for need.
If I could ask a process question, please?
Okay,
Mr. Pinsler.
I know that initiatives are supposed to be single-minded. Would placing on the ballot the change, the structure we'd like, in quotation marks, to see, an appointed city attorney and an elected city prosecutor be in one?
Yeah, I'd have to research that because you were interested, we talked about that before, and I'm measuring Measure A, having all the changes, as opposed to Measure A, city attorney change, Measure B, city
That
prosecutor
would make a
change.
big difference.
Well, yeah, because you clearly have problems if
One
one
wins and
passed
one the other-
and
that
one
doesn't.
didn't. And if that were the issue that was holding the committee back, I would research it. That's not the issue that has been holding the committee.
Can we find that out?
Yes.
that
But I would ask, will that change enough of your minds to be able to?
No, excuse me, but I want to answer the question to the council. if that is a request from the council, if we say to them, you can do this, but only if you put it in one ballot measure, because we do not want to see the result to be elected and elected.
Well, the thing is, that's probably for the future, because, you could only put the one on for, okay, I'll get you an opinion on that by March, if that's the will of the committee. What I will say, Chair Stretzenberg, it's not biased, it's that change of status is the one word that applies here.
It's all Bell's fault.
It's the one word that applies to this situation. It's the one word that there may be more words in terms of the right that applies to the changing of the clerk's deputy, city clerk position. But the one right that makes it, a November election because of Bell's fault, and the state legislature's response to it is change in status. And so it doesn't matter. And I don't want to belabor the point. If you do not want the Long Beach model, there's no reason for you and I to argue about whether the Long Beach model could go on the March election. I am of the opinion it can go, if properly written, on the March election. But if you think that's a bad idea, we don't need to debate that.
It wasn't a matter of which election, it was a matter of this committee by 4-3 decided, or no, as far as the Long Beach model, it was unanimous.
Right.
We do not proceed with it. So
Right.
that question had been answered.
But they asked for more details.
Well, what they've asked, and I agree with that. They've asked for some more detail to back that up.
Right.
In a written format that they can refer to. I get that. And I'll take the blame that we didn't have time to get that done with the way we proceeded. But the only thing that really got sent back to us, even if it wasn't stated explicitly in the motion, the thing that got sent back to us is to consider the appointed civil counsel and elected city prosecutor.
But that can't be, because you can't.
So that's our answer.
Okay, that can't be, because you can't put that on a March election. If that's your answer, that's fine. That
But
absolutely
I
is
think
fine.
them having asked for it, we should say it. That's all I'm asking. And in order to do that, I'd like the answer as to whether we can do it as a single unit.
Yeah, on some future November election.
Whatever, because
Right.
it can't be this November, because they will be filing for
Right.
the city attorney job, and you
And
can't do
that's
that.
what I'm saying. I started to hesitate, because it's like, well, why do you want my answer? Because my successor may view it differently. But you'll get my answer so you can explain it while this committee still exists. And if this another successor city attorney views differently,
That's tomorrow's problem.
yes, correct.
Okay, so Mr. Duidziak, sorry.
Refresh my memory why we can't put a ballot proposition on that projects the change of status into the future. In other words, we say, I'm personally, well, let me back up real quickly. Personally, I'm in favor of the A or B model, the one that says, do you want an elected? All right, so I'm in favor of that one. But if we put a measure on that said, do you want an elected city prosecutor and an appointed city attorney, which is a change in status, why can't we make that effective in the same ballot measure for 2026?
You may be able to, and that's what I'm researching for committee member Peninsula. I haven't looked at it because you hadn't expressed
I think I
any,
asked this question before.
well, the committee hadn't expressed an interest in that. It was more just the discussion
Back and we could have knocked off an hour tonight.
we just had. So we'll.
No, this
I'll
is
look
shorter
at-
than an hour.
I'll look at that for March in terms of whether it can be on some future date, whether it can be one motion, which would have.
One ballot initiative.
Yes.
All right, okay.
Okay. So continue, motion to continue this.
So what-
And I will take upon myself to re-edit myself.
So the only thing we're looking, we are specifically requesting that you do so, because there's been many times we've talked about it, but never actually requested you to do it. So at the March meeting, you will come back with basically two answers is what I'm understanding. One is, can it be combined into one?
Okay.
And the second one just came from Mr. DeWitziak. Can it be essentially post-dated?
Oh, yeah, the answer is it can be post-stated if it can be on one. But it has to be a November election, but it doesn't have to take effect.
Could it go on a March and be posted?
No, because it's the change of status. That,
But the change of status would not occur until.
it doesn't matter. It's not incumbent specific, even as you've discussed at length, because of court cases in other city, you can't change the incumbent's position. You can't change the status of the position on a March ballot, but you can change it and say, okay, this position is going to, as of this date, it's going to, like, you could sequence in as, if we get to that point where you want to do it, you can sequence in, do you put them on the same election or not?
But the
Do you say, we're going to have,
Alternating elections.
yeah, exactly, you could do that, and then you'd have to decide, how do you do that?
Can you change the status midterm? Let's say.
Oh, no, you can't.
So it would have to be at the end of whatever term that is.
The election code is written as the status of.
Of the individual.
The election code makes no mention of a change of status of a position. It explicitly states status of an employee, a person. And we've clarified that an employee is a person.
So if we're going to actually propose this to the council in May, it may ultimately be a moot point because we're targeting the November election anyway.
No,
So
you're
can't be-
targeting the.
can't be this
March.
November.
You're targeting the March election per the council.
With the council,
For
right?
the
You're
council.
right.
Not that it
You were
can't.
targeting, they were very clear, because they didn't want to have, one of the reasons it was rejected, they didn't want the expense of the November election. Remember, it's not good budget times, and they didn't want the expense of the additional November elections, because we're going to have at least one election on the general plan. And so they wanted what you were going to consider on the general
right.
municipal election, where it's a lot cheaper.
When will
Excuse me, Ron, the reason for the problem with November this year is that for the vote to be certified, it would be after the beginning of the papers being pulled for the next election, because it takes, particularly with ranked choice, it could very well be that you go through, you got to get all the votes in first before you can start on ranked choice, right?
Well, it won't be
It's
ranked for
during
choice. This is a county election, and it's even worse, because they can take longer to go through it. The clerk is much quicker. It's a county election, because it's a November election. They can take a
yes, no,
lot
you're right.
longer,
No.
and it doesn't go into effect
Right.
until it's enrolled by the Secretary of State.
Correct.
And so you're going to have this problem, and this was what Mayor Brand was concerned about, because he goes, who's going to run, I'm not running, but who's going to gear up for an office starting in the middle of summer when they don't know if the office is even going to exist, and
I withdraw
the
my
nomination
comment.
period
Let's
could
move forward
close.
into the discussions.
We had that very same thing already occur with the city treasurer, that the city treasurer was running for office. The office was open at a time when a ballot measure that completely changed that office was on the ballot. We've already experienced that. It's not that it can't happen. It has already occurred. But it wasn't to eliminate the office. However, it was a significant change. That has been done. Measure CT did that. It was unknown if Measure CT would pass.
So what?
And the treasurers, whoever wanted to file to run for treasurer, did it.
Right, but the stakes were different, because there it was, you could sign up for a full-time job with part-time pay. Because that was the only thing, that's what had changed before, is you were applying for a job that could become part-time as opposed to being full-time. And they have to set, the council has to set the salary before. So the worst case scenario is, you know, I'm running for a part-time, what I hope is a part-time job, getting part-time pay, and now it's a full-time job. But that's different from, what do we do if we don't know what the election is and now we're bound to put it on the ballot because we've already closed the nominations? And it wasn't my concern about people running. It was Mayor Brand's concerns that, and I don't know if he knows people that are planning on running for city attorney, but his concern was was exactly what he said, that people won't gear up to run for something that.
It's his own experience of running citywide. That was
Well, you have to
probably-
raise money, and like, why go into that if you're going to find out while you're doing the nomination papers that it's now an appointed position? So that was his
clarify,
concern. But anyways, the motion was the March election. This is, I think you've spoken as to that, and I'll get you the one answer as to the whether a future election on November can be on
One issue.
one issue.
And in that, would you clarify?
Well, that's what,
I mean, that's the question he's asking.
yeah, can it be, can it
In
be?
that document, would you also clarify your position that we cannot have a March election with a April 1st, the next election cycle for the city attorney, which would be April 1st, 2029, effective date?
No, because.
No, you won't do that?
Because I've done it multiple times before.
I haven't seen it.
Well, I actually cited you to where I did that back when the city treasurer was, wanted to.
And all it did was refer to Election Code 1415.
Okay, so
And
I
we
will.
have a different opinion that
So-
says it can be done.
So okay.
You may not like that opinion. I agree that you may not like it.
No, the opinion was, he wasn't provided, for example, he pinned it on that if the city attorney isn't classified as an employee. And in fact, the city attorney is employing. And he said a second theory, he said the safest way to do it would be on the November election. And he also pinned it on, it could be argued if the city attorney isn't running. Now, the only way to get me to run again is to put this on a March ballot. Because I will run again just so that it goes on a November ballot where the most people vote. So I won't do that because I've given that report. You may want to pick at it, but that is my advice. It's my advice to you. It's been the advice to well before we got into the city attorney position. The city treasurer wanted to have it, I think, on the March ballot. And
So just provide that in writing to us,
I have provided in writing.
not to us. This committee is requesting that, sir, please.
Well, I hear one person requesting it. I read
committee
it
like to
into
see
the
it.
record. Multiple of you pulled it on the record. All of you can look it up. So I'm more than happy to give that additional legal advice of whether or not you can do it on
A March
a single
election
ballot.
and have it postdated to a
That
change in the elected position. So, for example, April 1st,
you can
2029.
make any recommendation you want to make, and I'll advise the city council.
You won't advise this committee?
I have advised this.
You have
committee.
not, sir. I would like to bring up the document where you advised us. It doesn't exist.
I have done it verbally several times.
You have not. You've referred generically to other situations. You have not answered the question.
I have answered the question.
You have not. If you can point to a document where it's answered, the minutes, whatever, it's not in there. It is not.
I mean, I can repeat myself several times. There's a reason that the meetings go past midnight when you run them.
No, it'd be so simple for you to say, no problem, I'll provide the document.
No, I don't.
Why can you not do that? Because you don't like it?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I've given my advice.
But are you stating then, is your position that we cannot have, for example,
change
city
of
attorney,
status. You
a change in
can't-
status or right, whatever the
On
election code
the-
says,
on the
in a
March
March that
election.
takes effect as of April 1st, 2029? Are you stating that we cannot do that?
Can I interject?
I'd like to get an answer first, please.
He doesn't know.
So
Why
if you,
we're offering the opportunity to provide a written opinion.
If I can interject, I will take upon myself, I'll be away for a while, but before next meeting, I will gather that information and put it into a report for the county.
No, this needs to come from the city attorney.
Yeah, I will get it from her. I promise to get it from her.
But you can't answer it now.
so I don't think you can put a change of status on a March election, no matter when it takes effect.
No matter when. Okay, so that does answer the question.
So I will.
He thinks.
Yeah, and I will provide additional information to Committee Member Pinsler that he can put in. And thank you for that
Have another
suggestion. We can have another breakfast and put that in the information.
Okay, as long as it provides the answer, that's what we're looking for.
I think it's agreed upon, so that's.
That's,
Did you make a motion to continue this on to the next?
I
meeting?
will make,
Well, are we done with, have we discussed the option of having are there any other aspects that should be discussed as to what was recommended to us to look at the appointed, basically the appointed city attorney, but referred to as appointed civil counsel, and an elected city prosecutor?
if I could, what I'd like to do is to put all of these things into a single document so that next time we can talk about each one of these. And make sure that this is our recommendation to the city council. Okay?
And I understand it has a lot of aspects to it.
There are
Actually,
pieces.
it lends itself well to making a chart with the word modality at the top of it, and all the different modes that we've looked at. So at least then it'll be covering everything.
But that was the request from council, is to
Yes,
look at
and we will
that
do that.
option, which you're correct, Mr. Morocco, we had briefly, it had been brought up, but not really considered, because there was no other example of that.
No, and I think that my idea of just having a chart, that you plug it in, at least you'll know that you've covered every single point that we've discussed. And it gives a visual effect of that we've considered all these options.
And the only
I will
one,
take that under consideration.
and out of that, we need to come up with a final recommendation. That recommendation may remain as is now, which is, I believe I did present two, because that's what we talked about. One was the wholesale change to go from elected to appointed. And I believe I also presented another option of simply changing the existing language to get rid of the
Singularity of the,
exclusive
yeah.
right to select counsel.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, did you,
No. I make a motion that we,
no, so in my opinion, you've clearly shown, in my opinion, you are clearly outcome driven, and that's why you take things out of context. It's why you clearly, you may think they're throwaway words in terms of bias or things. That is offensive, and I don't do that. And so that's why I'm more than happy to advise the committee if the committee wants, and to work with Committee Member Pinsler, because I don't trust that you will do the right thing. I know that you exceeded what I offered to the committee so that you could be advised on the specific issue and extended that. And then you cherry pick parts of the draft opinion that were given that clearly ignore the stuff. It's safer to put it on the November election. Having said that, I don't find, even though you did it in the motion, I can't find, I'm trying to,
I need to interrupt. I think we should
Yeah, I think,
table this to the next meeting. Let Mr. Pinsler, we've given him enough direction today to come up with something else.
yes.
Take into account the-
so, but in fairness, so it was part of the one motion that you provided. Although I think it's a horrible idea, it wouldn't be a change of status to put on the March ballot that sole issue, the changing of who hires. So it was in looking at what was on the agenda that evening. You had the appointed by city council by majority vote, and then you changed, the news language said, the city council may employ other attorneys for any litigation or matters of interest to the city, removing the check and balance of the city attorney. So if they don't like the advice of the city attorney, they can just cherry pick and get someone who will say, oh yeah, it's absolutely fine doing that.
It provides a check and balance on the city attorney.
I'm going to provide a point of order at this point.
But the point is, in fairness, that wouldn't be a change in status.
Okay.
So if you wanted to propose that for the March election and that only, although it's a horrible idea.
I need to interrupt you.
Okay.
Well, you don't need to advise on policy.
I am looking at, I'm not working
It is
tomorrow, so it's
policy.
fine, but I would like to get out of here before midnight. We have a lot of territory to cover. I think we agreed that Mr. Pinsler will be the one working with the city attorney to bring us to the next step. So I move that we
Second,
table it till the next meeting so that Mr. Pinsler and Mr. Webb can meet, and if Mr. Stretzenberg wants to talk to Mr. Pinsler about other things that he should be including, I think that's fine as well.
Second.
It's been said.
Second.
Oh, okay.
Have a comment?
Give me to it.
Yeah, public comment?
No public comments or e-comments.
All right, a motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And I have lost my list of how I reorganized.
Number 2 is next. I2 was next.
City treasurer. Oh, you're right. So item I2, discuss some possible action per city council's direction regarding Article 11, Section 11.1, the city treasurer. Is our city treasurer with us this evening?
Said he would be.
If he doesn't come out, I move that we table this until later in the meeting when he does come here. Because he did call me about this.
Yeah, he said he would be.
Yeah, so why don't we, if he doesn't come out, then I just put it after something, the next item.
Move on to 4.
Okay, there's a motion to table this until later in the meeting if we bring it back.
Second.
It's the change of agenda, it's not tabling.
I'll send him a text asking where he is.
All right, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Moving.
4, term limits.
I4, discussion possible action per city council's direction regarding charter amendment on city council term limits. I don't believe it was only city council. They did include school board in the motion. But if this is what's on the agenda, that's fine. We discussed it somewhat under the school board.
Oh, there you go.
I'm the last office.
I move we go back to I2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are back to I2. Mr. City Treasurer, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. This evening, what I'd like to do, in consideration of your time, is to visit some of the comments or discussion that Mr. Dwidziak brought up at the last meeting with regard to the qualification issue, and then speak to one part, Section F of the proposed amendments that we reviewed at the last meeting as well, with regard specifically to Section F, I think it was, in the charter. Yes, that would be the item for collection of taxes and license fees. So if I may, Mr. Chair,
Absolutely.
Mr. Dwidziak brought up the issue as to whether or not the role should have requirements, certain educational or other requirements in order to take the job or run for the job of elected city treasurer, similar to what we have for the city attorney and similar to what we have for the city clerk's office. I did a brief survey of several different cities, some surrounding cities, with regard to their elected city treasurer to see if they had specific requirements, such as what was discussed, and found that most did not. For example, the city of Torrance does not have a requirement, educational requirement or other requirements other than what the government code typically calls for, being 18 years of age, registered voter in the city or residing within the city for the previous 30 days. The city treasurer in Torrance, when I communicated with him, would like to change that. He would like to add requirements to the role. Looked at some other cities, the city of San Clemente, currently a person be 18 years of age, a resident, registered voter within the city. City of Sonora, similar, 18 years of old, resident of the city, registered voter within the city. La Cañada, similar, and several other cities that I checked for were similar in that regard. One that I saw that had a requirement of advanced degrees or educational training was the city of Huntington Beach, and their requirements were rather stringent. The city treasurer powers and duties. To become and remain eligible for city treasurer, the person elected or appointed shall have a minimum of 5 years of financial and/or treasury experience and have either a master's degree in accounting, finance, business, or public administration, or a bachelor's degree in accounting, finance, business, or public administration with certification by the California Municipal Treasurers Association or their successor within 3 years of election or appointment. The CMTA, the California Municipal Treasurers Association, and some other similar organizations like the GIAO, Government Investment Officers Association, have registered municipal investment advisor designations, where you take a series of courses throughout a year and demonstrate your proficiency, take examination at the end of that educational process and receive certification, and then are required to conduct continuing education as you go forward. So this particular case with regard to Huntington Beach, they added a bachelor's degree with certification as opposed to the master's degree.
That sounds like our city clerk story.
It sounds similar, yes. It does.
Huntington Beach does have.
Yeah.
Yeah, with regard to city treasurer, city attorney, to be certain. So do I think, as a matter of course, and we discussed this a little bit the last time I was able to visit with you, that a person who holds this role should have some minimum qualifications with regard to investment advisory, with regard to markets, with regard to review of profit and loss statements, cash flow statements, other business accounting. I think it's worthwhile for that person. I think it gives them a big leg up in running for the office, and I think it's to the city's tactical advantage, not just operationally, but tactical advantage in performance for a person who's in this role to have some training in that regard. I mentioned the last time that studies have shown a person who sits in the treasurer's role, who has educational training or experience in investments, outperform those who do not when it comes to investment success, investment returns. I'm a little bit reluctant in making recommendation in that I would be encouraging or discouraging what would happen in 4 years when I would run for re-election, that I could or might put someone who would be interested in running at a disadvantage because they did not have the same background and financial experience that I did, and continue to evolve and taking classes to evolve that financial experience. Limiting the pool of available electeds is another consideration that's been discussed here with regard to the city clerk's office in great detail. You reduce the pool, having an elected city treasurer of people only who live within the city, and then you further potentially reduce the pool of people who would be eligible to run for the office, depending upon the qualifications that you select. Would it be a bachelor's degree in business? Would it be a bachelor's degree in finance? Would it be a history of working in investment advisory? Would that investment advisory or investments need to be in municipal finance? And then the interpretation of, well, what is experience in municipal finance? Is it someone who has worked within a city's financial services department? Is it a person who's worked as a treasurer? What might that be? So my suggestion would be to consider all of those things in your discussions. I agree that I think it's a worthwhile thing to have. It's important. Our portfolio is $100 million, give or take. At any one time, the average balance historically between $80 and $100 million. The last few years, it's been in excess of that. When we refinanced our pension debt, we had some extra money in there. Certainly, that's a lot of money to hand off to someone who perhaps doesn't have the experience in investments and finance.
Question, are you required to be bonded?
We are by the charter required to be bonded, the city treasurer's office. And when I took office, I saw that in the charter. I reached out to the city attorney's office and discovered that in coordination with HR, that all of us are bonded as fiduciaries.
Do they have any specific requirements in order to be able to get a bond to be a city treasurer?
You are referring to the underwriter of the bond or the city itself?
The underwriter.
An underwriter in an environment where it's the city, I didn't have to or wasn't requested to fill out a separate application. I was informed that the bond existed and that the city treasurer's office would be covered by that, and I would be in compliance with the charter and municipal code. I do know that when you are applying for a fiduciary bond like that, if you have blemishes in your history, then that can create a problem for your ability to get bonded.
Are you a member of any professional organizations that would relate to this?
I have been a member of FINRA in the past. It's a financial organization through which investment advisors are licensed. I sat for and passed securities licensing tests, Series 6 and 63. There are a variety of different examinations that you can take to be a licensed financial advisor. These allow you to sell financial products, not including mutual funds, investment vehicles like annuities and life insurance policies, but not sell stocks.
But I'd have to go back through the list, but you're not recommending those particular things as potential requirements.
I think it would be limiting if you required somebody to have a Series 7 license, which includes investments, including stocks, or to have a Series 6 or 63. I think it would be helpful if the person had a background in either a Series 26 and overseeing investment advisory, but it doesn't necessarily mean that a person could have worked in a city in their financial services or in their treasurer's department, not have those designations or taken those classes and have a fluency in investments. But I think it definitely gives you a leg up if you have experience in that regard. I'm not sure. You can get a CFA, a Charter Financial Advisory. There are some other designations that demonstrate the same fluency. I'm searching for some of them now. Mr. Woodham may be able to help me with this.
CFA is very hard to get, I think.
Yeah, they are. Charter Financial Advisor.
The CFA is almost as difficult as the MBA is. A lot of time involved in doing that. But it's certainly if you have it, it's a great, it's something great to have if you have it, but I'm not sure that it's.
So the city of Carson has an elected city treasurer and does not have any requirements. Their current city treasurer is a pretty well credentialed person. The person that she ran against last time did not have the same level of credentials that she did. And perhaps that's the way that people are distinguished when they're running for office. You line it up and have the voters say, this person has these designations, this experience, and this person has X experience, and have the voters decide, which is what we've been doing in our elections. If there was to be an appetite for adding the requirements, I would think that you would want to have equivalent work experience be included as a means of qualifying beyond the municipal finance, beyond the actual credentials of an MBA or a CFA or a registered investment advisor, an RIA or something similar.
Yeah, I can see that as a good point. The difficulty comes in determining what equivalent means. To simply say or equivalent is not really charter type language. It's
Typically
extremely
not.
difficult. It's extremely subjective. So we'd have to come across, with the city clerk, we came across some specific language or a certain experience as a city clerk in the state of California, I believe is what we're at right now.
And I think that would be actually one of the equivalents may be serving a full term on budget and finance, because you're exposed to that and the public can see how you're functioning with it. And I think at least when you come into the office, you have the familiarity of what the city's monies look like and are part of that discussion.
I would disagree to that to the point that our budget commission is appointed and the ability to be on that commission is at the discretion first of the mayor, but then subject to city council approval. That may limit that pool. If you happen to be somebody that would make a great treasurer, but you weren't in the good graces of the mayor to even get appointed.
No, I just said as an equivalent, because I think it's valuable experience in the city to actually have that experience.
Seeing as how the role of the city treasurer as it's evolved and currently stands is significantly the greatest portion related to investments. I would err or defer to that side of it. I don't know that the Budget and Finance Commission, I would say that certainly Budget and Finance, I was able to sit there for 6 years and be a Budget and Finance Commissioner. And we get a lot of valuable information across many disciplines. We do have the city treasurer's quarterly reports. Now we have the city treasurer producing monthly reports. I produce monthly investment reports to members of the Budget and Finance Commission. I produce monthly economic reports to the Budget and Finance Commission. We didn't have that for a number of years, but I implemented that policy as a regular thing.
just real quickly, the Budget and Finance Commission is created by ordinance, is it not? It's not within the charter. There were things that used to be within the charter, they were all taken out. would be-
Yeah, correct. The
That would be
commissions have been
subject to
taken out of the charter.
change as well.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. DeWiziak.
If we don't have if there isn't knowledge, whatever, however you want to define that, of the office and the duties of the office. For instance, the reports that you are now generating for budget and finance, those are discretionary, I assume, from the way you phrased it.
The reports are required by our investment policy to be disseminated to the city council and mayor on a monthly basis. The reports are generated by the treasurer's office on a monthly basis. Now it's being generated as from our investment advisory group, which is Meter Investments now. They were not being provided to the Budget and Finance Commission. They weren't required to be provided to the Budget and Finance Commission as part of our investment policy. They were required to be provided to our city council and mayor as part of our investment policy.
But they are now for the budget and finance.
I took that extra step and as a decision for the treasurer's office to include that. I thought it would be a valuable resource. And
Discretionary on your part,
yes, quite frankly, it was something that was being requested by the commission.
but that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Next treasurer comes along, could do what they wanted.
They could do what they want with regard to budget and finance, but they would be required by our investment policy guidelines to provide that to the council.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and if we had someone, 18, financial experiences, is going to the market and making change for the bread, and they got elected, this is clearly, my way of going off the left end. They would be basically punting their responsibilities to the financial director. Or the city manager, as the case may be.
With regard to the investment advisory?
The whole thing.
With regard,
Knowledge base, I mean, to do the job.
I would say that they would need to rely very heavily on the deputy city treasurer for that. The deputy city treasurer's job description includes quite a big bit of financial background. And they would be relying very heavily on the investment advisory group. The trouble that I see in a situation like that is you as a person in that role, as the oversight role, want to have someone there or be certain that the information you're receiving is accurate. And it being familiar with or having a background in that information would be really helpful. So that someone isn't saying to you, oh, sure, you want to buy nothing but 5-year treasuries.
Or derivatives.
Or derivatives, or whatever's, it would have to be within our investment policy, what you could or could not buy. But even those things that are proposed for your investment policy, if someone comes and suggests that you change it, or that you'll make a recommendation to city council to change it.
What I'm getting at is that I view the elected positions, my personal view, is elected positions as a check on government bureaucracy.
You could hang me.
And so if you don't have any knowledge, if you don't know what to check on, there's no check and consequently no balance. So that's why I think that we should have knowledge-based people be elected, okay? I phrase it that way because I agree that you narrow the applicant pool. But at the same time, you don't want applicants that are there for a job, for employment only, and benefits. They're there to be public servants. So, and they're there of their own volition. So, not need. In other words, They're more altruistic. So,
You wrapped up, or,
I'm sorry,
are you wrapped up? I'm sorry.
are you in a rush? Because you weren't in a rush before.
No,
Anyway, that's where I'm seeking your input on what that mean level would be.
I think experience, as a baseline, experience with investments, some discipline, and as a higher level or a higher grade of that, experience with municipal investments. And as a next step beyond that,
How do we boil that down to 15 words or less?
and you have to then quantify what that experience means beyond a specificity such as you saw within the clerk's office or that you see within the city attorney's office. It's a little bit different for the city attorney, I think, because you have to be licensed to practice law in order to be the city attorney, as a minimum. I think you do, yes, within 5 years of experience.
That's in the charter.
Within 5 years of experience.
Right, exactly. So what would be the difference of having 5 years of investment? Because that's what you do. You invest.
And 5 years of investment experience,
Right.
subject to what would be the interpretation of investment experience.
Okay, that's a foot.
Joe, if I could interrupt, I think I may have some wording that might be
I
helpful.
agree.
City of Alameda, as you all may remember, I've lost brain cells looking at city charters. So theirs is very simple. 2 sections. The treasurer shall have, at the time of their election, 5 years' experience in administering investment programs and be licensed as a chartered financial analyst or chartered or certified financial planner. And the second thing was the treasurer shall annually recommend to the council an investment policy for city monies and monitor and report results of the city investment portfolio. Now, clearly, this particular treasurer's job doesn't have as much in it as we have in the past, but we frankly don't have that, what's listed here as the actual duties anymore. So that's a pretty straightforward statement. And I think it gets to your point that it would be good to have something. And these are specific for the investment side. Now, monitoring the collection of fees and taxes, which is actually done by somebody else, you could overlook those or supervise or audit or however you want to phrase it. But that seems to be the 2 things that the job does now, right?
Yes, very heavily weighted in the investment area.
So in the way that this is written, it kind of says what you want, but it also puts a limit on a requirement on dealing with the investment. Does that help?
Yeah.
Was that 5 years of administrative experience?
5 years
or-
experience in administering investment programs and be licensed as a chartered financial analyst or certified financial planner.
And be a CFA or CFP.
Yeah.
Would you pass that?
I haven't taken my CFA or CFP. It does take years to achieve that.
Some of the certifications are on point and some are not. And I don't have a good grasp of what some of those are, but there's some of the ones you mentioned that may or may not be applicable to this. You're spending 80%, 90% of your time on investments, right?
Yes.
And as long as that continues, then someone with a degree in finance, accounting, or business who has a number of years' experience in finance, accounting, or business, and is well past 18 years old, there should be a requirement of age in this. I think that person, if they're an intelligent person and they have that experience and that background, can pick up any peculiarities. There's nothing about municipal finance that is germane to this. This is an investment job. And so you don't need to know municipal accounting. You don't need to have anything in the way of municipal investment experience.
No, and
So I would think that without getting overcomplicated, the CFA is nice to have, but it's not, it shouldn't be a requirement for a position like this. So bachelor's degree or bachelor's or master's, either one, in business, finance, and accounting with a number of years. I don't know if 5 is the magic number. If they're immersed in what they're doing, 1 year's experience in any of those would work. But a combination of a degree, age, and some experience, I think is all we need.
that's fine with me. I'm just reading what, now Alameda is a city of about our same size. It is a suburb, if you wish, in this case of Oakland. So it's kind of similar to what we have, and that they chose this, and looking at other charters, most of them don't have any requirements.
Is their portfolio or budget similar to ours?
That I don't know.
They have a naval station there, which is the
Coast Guard.
primary source of employment.
Coast Guard and Naval Station.
Yeah. So it's
There's such a wide range of job descriptions for treasurer. Treasurer could include, as ours once did, a lot of the financial services functions. It could be just investments. It could be a combination of that. So
I think that the, I'm sorry, Commissioner Wenham. I think that the job description for the deputy city treasurer that was posted for our current deputy city treasurer can inform here. It's 2 paragraphs, if you'll indulge me. A position requires graduation from an accredited college or university with a bachelor's degree or greater in finance, public administration, business administration, or a related field. A master's degree is relevant, is highly desirable. The position requires, and this is where I think is instructive, at least 4 years of increasingly responsible management experience in municipal finance, accounting, or treasury management. Relevant knowledge and experience in some or all of the following areas is desirable. Investment of public funds, bond issuance, government accounting, financial reporting, and public finance law. So with regard to, it offers a variety of ways for somebody to be qualified with relevant work experience, but also enough specificity of the type of work experience.
Are you the one who determines if they've met the criteria? Or is it something the city manager does? Because if you put some of those requirements on top of an elected treasurer, who's going to decide that, yeah, you've had the increasing responsibility? And it takes it away from the voters as well, which is a completely different argument than we're having now. But I'm concerned that, unlike the city clerk, which I think is easier to define, your position is more nuanced, and that every candidate brings something different to the position in their experience and background. And I really would like to at least keep that option of everybody who's going to run for that position would have met the qualifications, but there's a little bit nuanced in what their experience is.
I would stop right at the first sentence with the college, with the
Graduation from an accredited college or university with a bachelor's degree,
in,
finance, public administration, business administration, or a related field.
and that would take care of 2 issues. One, age. You get somebody that's probably 25 at a minimum age, and 2, the ability to catch on.
Yeah.
The ability to learn. So I don't think you're limiting there. I think you're just qualifying.
I only raised the Alameda thing because it's very simple,
Oh, I got
very
it. No, I
straightforward.
got it. But I think the concern is the available pool.
Mhm.
And, and we come from a fairly educated community, okay? So, I mean, the chances of finding someone who has that are greater in this community, quite frankly, than maybe in Alameda. I don't know. So,
I don't know.
yeah, but it sounds like they have some pretty stringent requirements. So, but there may be more, you know, people up there that deal in finance. But I would be in favor of the college education with the emphasis on finance and investment or whatever, only because that tells me that if they graduated, that the person has the ability to learn about the municipal investments. Two, I agree completely with Jerry on, you know, this thing about being 18 and, you know, the only time I thought an 18-year-old was smart was when I was 18. So, I mean, so.
Which indicated to the opposite.
Yeah, and I'm often accused of being an 18-year-old, by the way. So I would get some age, you know, whether 25 is the bottom or 30, you know, I don't know what the bottom is, but it can't be 18, not for $100 million investment policy, you know. And I can't even foresee what the downside would be. In other words, I'm just not willing to take that risk. You know, it's just a problem you don't need. You need people who not only either have or experience, can learn, and have the will, you know, to do a good job.
Would you be willing to have an say, or
To what?
to passing a regulatory exam demonstrating a fluency?
Oh,
in
yeah, sure.
Getting something from the CMTA as their investment advisory
Yeah, but
designation.
rarely do you find people who are CPAs or that don't already have a college degree. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'd be willing to accept that. I mean, that's not.
Well, I don't have a college degree in finance, but I passed exams for investments.
That's two things. That's a higher qualification.
No, I say an or. As an example.
I
As an
understand
example.
what you're saying. I don't think you hear what I'm saying. I'm saying yes, you could do that, but you know, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't. I think you can get more college graduates than you're going to do with finance experience than you're going to get that are, you know, that don't have a college education plus. And I'm not saying that the college education is the end all. It just shows that they have familiarity with investments. They don't have to go read, you know, Investing for Dummies, you know, the night after they get elected. So I mean,
You never know, actually.
I'm sorry.
You never know. You have an MBA or.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
One comment that was made earlier about bonding concerns me a little. The office is bonded, but the person in that position is not necessarily bonded.
I think you said that you are bonded.
I mean, but you're bonded because you're in the office, but you could have a spotty background and still be, and that's something that, let's say we found out that Gene had a felony conviction that no one knew about, and the office is bonded, but he wouldn't be. I think there should be some requirement that that person be eligible to be bonded, or if he's found not to be eligible, that person can't serve in the position. You don't want to get someone in the position under a guise of being qualified and then find out that we made a mistake in the election because there's something we didn't know about.
Is that similar to being able to hold office accepting a conviction of a crime of moral turpitude?
No, something along those lines, yeah.
Which we found is an extremely nebulous thing at this point.
Mr. Citron changed everything.
But in the city treasurers, you wouldn't necessarily want only the conviction. You would want, if it was found professionally involved in moral turpitude, it's a much lower standard than that. So,
In an administrative capacity.
yeah, so it's like you did some sort of minor embezzling that would be considered a misdemeanor, that
That would be
and
pretty,
you end up losing your series license.
that would be pretty easy to see, something like that, 'cause with regard to administrative or felonies, on your FINRA registration, you have a disclosure section. So if you go look up an investment advisor on FINRA, there's a disclosure section that says that this person had a case against them where there was a settlement for X number of dollars, or this person had a situation where they failed to pay a judgment at X number of dollars. There are a series of disclosures that would make compliance with something like that easier for the clerk's office or whomever it is that's responsible for ensuring that's been done. But that would only be for somebody who was a licensed or registered investment advisor, or had been in the past. And at the date of which their investment advisory ended, let's say you stopped doing that in 2024 and you were running for office in 2027, and there was some blemish on your record between 24 and 27, that would not appear on that document.
Well, we want to make, with a $100 million portfolio growing, you should be concerned about occurrences like that in the past. And certainly, if the treasurer can't get his hands on any of that money, it's maintained in the custody account. But still, that's an issue we should be aware of. And all, the best of worlds, we don't want a person with that kind of a background controlling $100 million of money. So there should be some requirement that, or some screen along those lines that we put the person through.
I don't know if that's permissible for an elected office. I would think so, but I don't know.
No, you just put in the qualifications. I mean, you do what you said, but you wordsmith it the other way.
Yeah.
But certainly fiduciary crimes, if you could somehow screen that from that position, certainly that would be a good
I don't
idea.
think you can, I don't think you can reasonably, if somebody comes in and attests, no, I've never been convicted. I mean.
Who runs that background check?
Who runs the background check? Who goes to India to find out if you're a gold
Nobody checks whether we have 15 units of accounting in this clerk's department either. So it's,
Well, that doesn't mean they shouldn't.
I know, but if somebody does it, if it's in the charter and if we put it in there needs to be some mechanism by which that's checked.
That's a different issue.
Well,
So what's your proposal?
A lot of people on social media will do that checking.
What's your proposal for us then?
I want to say, it sounds like we're in search of we're posing a solution in search of a problem.
Well, I wanted to bring this back because it was a question that was brought up in last meeting. So it's twofold. One, if the recommendation would go to city council to add some sort of professional requirement or other requirements similar to the city attorney and similar to the city clerk's office for the role of treasurer. And the second prong of that being, what would those additional requirements be? I think we kind of vetted out a little bit of that here in what Mr. Woodziak said, the graduation from accredited college or university with bachelor's degrees in finance, public administration, business administration, or related field, or experience as a, you could say experience as a CFA or CFP or registered investment advisor or something similar.
For the record, it was your suggestion. I was willing to stop at the degree,
You were.
but I want age. I would say 25 plus.
I don't know
I
if
don't
you
think
can
you can.
restrict
I don't think you
age
can.
for an elected office like that.
Okay.
That'd be a question for
And all
the
this
city
would
attorney.
be for a part-time position.
Yes, sir.
But it's a part-time position
Yeah.
with his finger on $100 million.
$100 million.
Yeah.
But then you also, well, I don't know if you'd want to throw in that they're precluded from doing other employment, or are they
No.
allowed
can't
to do
that.
employment as long as it's not related to what they do with the city?
That would only be for a full-time position if you preclude other employment.
I don't know, I might find the person more attractive if they're involved in something similar to that, because that lends some credibility to their ability to do this job.
You may find, and this is a very cynical statement, so forgive me, you may find somebody who is working in that field or a related field encouraged to take on the role of city treasurer. It's a great opportunity on a monthly basis to have another investment advisor kind of showing you their game plan. You don't have to do that. It's on all of our reports. It's on our website, the monthly report, all of the investments are there. But somebody who wanted to go ahead and get another opinion or have another, who was working in investment advisory, might really like that and might encourage them to run for the role.
And Eugene, I like your point of equivalent experience, because a degree could be important for the younger person, but an older person who has a number of years in the financial field, that is certainly an either or.
That speaks to the degree in or a related field, business administration or a related field. So it could be experience in a related field, whether you give examples or not, would be subject to debate, specific examples.
What does related mean?
Yeah, that's really
I would say
nebulous.
investment advisory.
You might want to say that.
But investment advisement even can be, Very
What,
broad.
you know, with terms like related is subject to interpretation. Problem with the charter is that whenever there's something subject to interpretation, it gets
abused.
Or a certain number of years of
Ignored.
investment advisory experience.
What's that mean, though? I don't know what that means.
Working as a registered, you could be more specific and say having worked as a registered investment advisor.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, sweet, go ahead.
We're kind of running the same things that we got into as we talked about the city clerk requirements. And anything we put in here is, unless it's so objective, will be difficult
And we're kind of
to.
trying to simplify it.
I get what it meant, but it can mean many things to different people, how you interpret advising people for investments.
Right. Well, you might have somebody who's has a degree in finance and has been working fixing refrigerators for the last 50 years. Now, there's nobility in fixing refrigerators, but it's not going.
Pass with the D average.
Yeah, it passed with the average. The person who finished last in their medical school class is still called doctor.
Data analytics may be another area, because those are the people that analyze all that kind of stuff and do the predictive analysis.
Yeah, there is an abundance of designations. There is an abundance of different licensing numbers, 26, 6, 63, 7. There's any number of different designations where you've demonstrated a proficiency in investments and markets. And I don't know that a degree in finance necessarily does that. It certainly helps, but it doesn't necessarily do that.
If I could, one of the reasons for the investment presentation to the council came out of the Orange County bankruptcy. And having a requirement for the education for the investment, that policy and that review has to be done in front of another group of people. This is not like this person is working on their own. And so it's not problematic to me if you have an educational requirement. That person may have had a D, pass with a D, but you still have to pass it through someone else before it gets reported regularly. It's not like it's being hidden. So I think maybe we've already covered that by having that report being done. Prior to that, if I remember correctly, Joe, and you were there at the same time, we rarely heard unless we asked and dug in ourselves to get information about the investment policy.
Not rarely, we never heard.
We never, yeah.
We never heard.
And that's one of the reasons we did it, was that we didn't want to have happen to us what happened in Orange County.
I had to sharpen my sword a couple of times.
I remember that. And it was the right thing to do. And I think it's served us well over these years to have that, including review of the investment policy, because at that time it was done to some extent on whim, and it shouldn't have been.
Well, I call back, it's part of the reason why I call back to the idea of an or there, related experience in the field. Thinking about the discussion you all had about the city clerk, one place where you thought that that person could qualify would have been working as a city clerk.
Mhm.
So a person may not have the 15 hours of accounting, but had worked as a city clerk.
Mhm.
So from that perspective, a person may take on a job in the city like ours, and a lot of times folks will move around within a organization. So you might find somebody who started off in community services and moved into the financial services department and gained a lot of experience in the financial services department, but their degree was in marketing.
Mhm.
That person may be more qualified
Yes.
based on their work experience to manage a portfolio or investments than a person who had a finance degree and was working at a park.
Now, our intention here is to get this onto, this is not a change of status. This is,
It would not be a change of status, is my understanding.
even though we're cutting the things that the city treasurer does, down to basically 2 items.
But also understanding that even if it being a change of status, you're thinking about what election it would go on, whether it be a November election or a March election. My understanding was that it could go on the March election, but that's a legal question that I don't have the response to.
No, I think the issue more is there are things in here that are not being done by the treasurer. And the sooner it gets fixed, the better. Correct?
Yes, correct.
So as soon as we could get this on the ballot, that would be the best option for us. Correct? And the
I would
next
agree.
election is November.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
The city's council's direction was for March of '25.
No, I understand that, but there is a concern that what is in the requirements of the department are not being done by the department.
The functions are being performed. They are being
They're
performed.
being performed, but who's in charge of them? And what your requirements are right now has been taken over by someone else through council action, but not through the charter.
Yes.
So your right to perform them has been removed.
I would differ on the word right to do them.
Okay.
If the city treasurer's office wanted to perform those functions and determined that they would hire deputies to perform those functions, or try and staff deputies to perform those functions, it would be within that department's right, to use your word, to do that. The trouble, as we've discussed here, would be paying for that staffing. And then there would be a dispute within the city as to who is rightfully performing those duties.
A worst case analysis would be something that is not that you are responsible for, but not being done by you gets screwed up.
Yes,
You're responsible, but you don't have any control.
correct.
So that's what needs to be changed.
Agreed.
It has been changed by ordinance.
It has been, but it's not in the charter.
But again,
Yeah.
has been changed.
But someone can say, hey, it's in the charter. You
I
know,
agree.
ordinances don't overrule the charter.
Lawsuits come out of less.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's,
that's the truth.
that subject has been reiterated
Yeah.
over and over again, that however you word it, the charter is not being followed at this point.
And you want to simplify this and to turn it into a requirement. These are the requirements for being city treasurer, and you want to deal with the collection of monies, and everything else goes away.
Goes away in the sense that it's not a shall perform duty for the treasurer, but that the treasurer retains authorities other than performing those duties to review those duties. The oversight role that we spoke about, auditing role, the right to inspect reports, right to inspect accounts, all of those things, yes.
And the difference between supervise and audit, let's go through that.
Okay, so that would bring us to, it's a good transition for the second part of the discussion that I would like to have with you all tonight, which is under 11.1, Section F, which we discussed in our previous meeting here, collect taxes and fees. And it was suggested, and I took the opportunity to thank Mr. Morocco for having a brief conversation with me about this. suggested whether or not the word supervise is something that will cause conflict. So the person who is the treasurer supervising a city employee that is the city manager's employee, similar to the conflict discussions that we've had with regard to the city clerk and a finance director, or the city clerk and the city manager, the city clerk being an elected official and being told, for lack of a better way of putting it, what to do or not to do. So do we create a problem? And I thought Mr. Morocco, if you don't mind me speaking for you, brought up a good point. The question is, with regard to the word supervise, you're supervising the function rather than the person. And is that a difference without a distinction?
Yeah, the word supervise has a connotation, has an ability to direct.
Yes, I agree with that. But is it to direct the function or direct the person?
But again, a distinction without a difference really in the end, because the function is done by the person in some way.
And then the word audit is really more of a post-execution function. So you could have the person, the treasurer would audit the collection of city taxes and license fees to ensure compliance, rather than supervise the collection of city taxes and license fees for compliance.
Oversee.
And what would then,
It has no teeth.
it has little impetus behind it.
Which is appropriate, before or after?
Based on the way the tactical functions are aligned right now, I think that the post-execution is more valuable,
So audit's a better term.
similar to what you have with the city clerk now, where our city clerk reviews those warrants and other things that come through as an additional check on what was done. I mean to speak for you.
Let's review and approve.
Oh, is review and approve?
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps even better than audit would be review and not certain about approve. Because I think it's a little bit different role with regard to those, to that part of it.
This is just AP.
Yes.
Audit isn't necessarily post-execution. It could be during.
It could be.
You could exercise it to that extent.
The intent of your auditing is to, if something is amiss, is to report to the council or to the city attorney?
Or city manager.
I'll use a real world example, if I may. It would be in cooperation with the city attorney. In that if a hotel is not paying their TOT or is not doing so in a timely manner, or there's a question about the accounting of the TOT, the treasurer's department is reviewing that, is looking at those reports. We look at those reports on a monthly basis right now. That is a function we do still perform. We would then send a notice to the hotel of deficiency or a warning letter or other notification of that problem. We would coordinate that with the city attorney's office.
Do you send the letter or does the city attorney?
It is signed by the city treasurer.
So after we talked last week, I went back and looked at the original city charter that was passed in 1949 to see how they dealt with it. And one of the things that came up is this section dealing with the taxes and license fees was actually proposed in 1982. And as Mr. Pinsler says, there's a story behind every single word in this thing. I don't know what the story is, but it was overwhelmingly passed. So it may be worth, digging in a little bit more and figuring out what was the problem that the members of the public thought that was important to have this in the charter, and see if we can align the purpose with what was going on when it came in.
I can review the minutes from
Ballot measure.
the ballot measure.
What was the ballot measure asking for?
It was inserting this provision in
No,
there.
but usually what was written about it, why do it?
I understand. I haven't, as I said,
Yeah.
we talked last week, I didn't get a chance to research it other than finding out that this was, in 1982, was thrown in there.
And it could be even in the arguments in favor of, give you some indication.
We go back through, see what the legislative intent was by reviewing the minutes of the meetings from the city council and proposing the ballot measure, the input from the city attorney at that time and the city treasurer at that time. And then what, as you just mentioned, what the ballot measure actually became and the arguments both for and against, if any.
At the point of 1982, the finance functions were still under the city clerk, I believe.
I believe so.
So it's a somewhat different, even from then to now, as to why that change was done at the time. 'Cause
As we sit here today, if you go to the city website and you want to submit taxes or fees, it goes to the dog licensing item we were talking about previously. That's all on the city finance department's page. So from a functional standpoint, it'd be simple enough to move that to a city treasurer's page, but the actual function of how that money is reconciled is being performed by the city finance department. So what the reasoning is why they wanted the treasurer to do that, that got changed in around, as we discovered in 2008, 2009, right around there. And why I suggest with leaving this in, still having it as, rather than straight collect city taxes and license fees, having that some other function overseeing that, whatever the language is for, in place of the word oversee, that has some teeth to it.
Who collects building permits? and
Planning department. That's at the cashier's desk. The cashier is part of the city finance department.
So shouldn't there be a comma in there or something like that?
For item F,
Yes.
collect city taxes.
Then there are other fees besides dog licenses, business licenses.
Perhaps to be more specific, fees associated, we have a fee schedule. So perhaps that encompasses a number of different things.
would you, or do you at present oversee anything of that deals with what comes into the cashier and the planning department? Do you even see that?
With regard to the planning department, no.
Yeah.
That comes into the cashier's office, yes. So the transit occupancy tax, we review those reports. The UUT tax, we review those reports. So there are a number of taxes that are collected by the city, entered, journaled by the city finance department. There are hard copy and electronic versions of those reports that the city treasurer's office then reviews for compliance and timeliness.
And are things like building fee, permit fees and things like that, are they classified as taxes?
No.
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 Section A says, receive and have custody of all monies collected by the city from any source.
Library fines.
And what we suggested was review administration of all monies collected from any source as reconciled by city departments. So that would perhaps expand the role of the treasurer to review those types of fees like you're mentioning as they come in to the city.
So why wouldn't we just use review as well for F? Because is it that different
We could.
from A? It seems like it's very similar, it's just a different aspect of incoming monies.
But he's the hearing officer
No,
as well.
But that could be,
The issue is, it's a similar thing we had with the clerk. As soon as you say review, if you decide not to review it, nothing gets done.
true.
So it would be audit, because there's a process, you're trying to move these processes away from the treasurer's office, correct?
The responsibility of being required to collect the taxes and fees into a more of a check or oversight role.
That's exactly right. So
Even the word audit, though, doesn't necessarily have a definition of how much is done.
Or a timeliness.
Yeah. I agree, it's a little bit stronger word than review in a different aspect, but it doesn't have a explicit definition
yeah,
to
but
it.
the issue we had with the clerk was it's possible to filibuster the whole thing and stop stuff. And we determined
Right.
that stopping stuff was not the goal of this. It was to review it, to be able to have a feedback loop between the city clerk and the city managers.
But we specifically worded it with words like review such that it had that leeway that the next city clerk may not have.
But in this case,
We want that.
the issue is that there's parts of it that are not even under the treasurer, really, in terms of the process. So this is an oversight issue as opposed to a potential blockage of the process.
So maybe the term enforcement of the collection, because that takes on your secondary role is,
As the hearing officer,
right,
yes.
that's a stronger word than review or audit.
How about we simply put, so you act as the hearing officer for what things?
It's defined by ordinance. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but it's for those, there's a list of things where it's described within the municipal code where the treasurer acts as a hearing officer. So for a UUT dispute, the treasurer would be the hearing officer. I believe for a transit occupancy tax dispute, treasurer would be a hearing officer.
So could we morph F into something that brings in the term hearing officer, act as the hearing officer in the collection of city taxes and license fee as may be defined by ordinance? Possibly. That we don't lose,
Could you repeat that, please?
act as the hearing officer in the collection of city taxes and license fees or as may be further defined by ordinance,
But no longer have,
the direct collection.
and no
Keep the
longer, and
aspect
no
of-
longer have the audit, review, oversight role of those.
Is it,
Well, I suppose the question could be, for the red line version that was provided at the last meeting for item A, review administration of all monies collected from any source as reconciled by city departments could be a catch-all for F, collect city taxes and license fees. So that review administration of all monies would include those city taxes and license fees.
agreed?
And then you would modify F in the manner in which you're describing, act as hearing officer in collection of city taxes and license fees according to ordinance.
Or as further defined, somehow, however it ties, I haven't looked at the ordinance, so make it tie together with the ordinance appropriately. But it keeps the terminology of collect city taxes and license fees, because one of the things we look at is palatability to voters. And if you wholesale take something out, it's harder to swallow than if you modify it.
I don't think you're going to get a lot of buy-in from voters with what looks like a dramatic change like this, being perhaps unaware of all these tactical functions already being moved, unless we demonstrate a strong oversight function.
And I think the city attorney may have some views about bringing an ordinance up to the same level as a charter change, so.
And that suggestion, I agree, I would want to check with the city attorney's office as to how to format that or the propriety of that.
But I also think.
City attorney?
But I think hearing officer also kind of, you really need to have your hands in both ends of the process. Whether you want to have a heavy hand in the front end, you still need to be involved in the process, and including setting policies that are associated with the UET or the TOTs, with recommendations to the council to give you kind of equal. He's hanging on, is that over there? Gives you equal, I think, status and input into the process, and I think that's as important as doing the hearing officer part.
And there's some policy decisions in interpreting the municipal code that the city treasurer's department can make to say, I would think as part of a code that encompasses a number of different venues, as opposed to something specific like TOT.
Yeah.
You waiting for me to throw a life raft up? Okay.
So have you made another version of this for us to look at?
No, I wanted to have this discussion about the qualifications and about the supervision with you tonight. If we can please ask the city attorney who's joined us, with regard to the hearing officer component, in the municipal code, is it defined which venues, which taxes, which enforcement is specifically for the city treasurer?
Yeah, the charter leaves it to the code to do so. So
Best to remain that way.
you can decide what to do, and I won't hypothesize until I see it, though I did find your last statement that there's certain policy decisions that the treasurer can make in interpretation of the code, which is interesting.
Okay. I meant to say that oftentimes the treasurer will seek enforcement of taxes that may come back.
You have discretion. The one thing I would add is I would remind this committee that when the treasurer was last part-time, the one thing the treasurer had, which not policy, but as a practical matter, which we can opine on, which was very useful and effective, was enforcement, having someone who enforced business license. And the city has never been as effective in enforcing business licenses when that position was eliminated by the council as they were before. And there are a couple of reasons for it. The treasurer employee would literally go into businesses and.
When was this?
Yeah, I think it was Armando Herrera.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Yeah, because he used to.
Armando Herrera, okay.
When I was the city prosecutor, not before as city attorney, he would bring cases to me. That has never happened since. And right now, they just send out letters and it's a problem of enforcement. And Armando would go into businesses around town. They're required to have a business license. They're required to display it. And he'd go in and inquire, and if it wasn't displayed, he'd give them a limited period of time to.
You're not mentioning the fact that he went into rental units and did the same thing.
Well, I'm just
Wanted to
saying.
see the business license.
He would go in, and then if they didn't bring it up to, within he would give the warning letters that you want.
I got it. I was there.
And then.
I heard all about it.
And then when he went back, if they didn't have it, it was a misdemeanor and we would enforce it. And it was effective. And it hasn't been as effective since. Whether or not you want to retain that and carve that out, because that was within the part-time employee position, it's something for you.
The position still exists?
No. And that's the one area, the one position that a part-time city treasurer doesn't have that had when it was last a part-time position. Maybe something to consider.
Which was part of the reason for perhaps keeping section F within the charter, to have the ability to do something like that that might otherwise be there.
Well, and the other thing you can think, there are council members from time to time who have businesses in the city, and an agency that works for the city manager may not be as steadfast in enforcing business license requirement.
Aggressive is a better word.
Okay. I'll defer to you as an independently elected position. And so it's part of the check and balance and a real one. So it may be worth keeping. And if you keep it, then the treasurer has a real good argument to go to the council to restore that position.
So I don't know if that means that the word supervise or audit or other language surrounding F would allow for that to continue, or for the treasurer's office to begin acting upon that again, where perhaps it hasn't been acted upon in a while, as described by the city attorney. So those are the discussions that I wanted to please have with you tonight with regard to specifically section F and with regard to the requirements. What I can do is consult with city attorney's office, speak with any of you offline, if that's certainly available, individually, and then bring back to you a cleaned up version of perhaps what we've been discussing.
When?
Next month.
Okay, great.
And when you do that, I would again ask to work from the most current version of the city charter
Yes, sir.
as the baseline.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Motion to continue?
Second.
All right, motion second to continue this item in the next regular meeting. All in favor? Aye. All right, moving on to I.
Just one thing, did you get what you
We didn't
needed?
get public comment.
Yes.
Yes. Let's see, I have somebody here. Let's see. Oh, Julie Young. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name's Julie Young. I'm the alternate for District 4 on the committee and just wanted to pop in again and remind you that I think having the option for the or for education in between experience is really, really important. There are lots of ways to get experience in job positions, and I think it would be the right thing to do is to make sure that or is in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Okay.
With
That's
that,
it.
Thank you to the members of the committee.
Thank you.
now moving on
Can I
to,
ask you a question, Ms. Manzano?
Uh-huh.
So that was a public comment. Does that show up with her image on it, on like the YouTube feed or?
Nope,
Nope, okay.
no, just audio.
Because some of the times the actual person ends up being on the YouTube and it's not up on the screens.
That comes from a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, that comes from the Zoom meeting. Sometimes we have consultants that we can do that. But registered are attendees, and then we have panelists. So we don't convert it over
That can
because it's too much
participate.
work for us to turn.
Just wondering.
Yeah, so it's audio.
Too much work.
all right, moving on to I4, discussion and possible action per city council's direction regarding a charter amendment on
limits.
city council term limits. And as I was pointing out before, the motion did include a reference to school board for this. Although here it's only written as city council.
Yeah, I'll have to I can incorporate that next time.
So the discussion, I went back through the minutes, as I was reading through the minutes, the discussion on this prior meeting seemed to be that there was some favoritism as far as the idea. However, the general thought was it doesn't stand a chance of passing. If anyone wants to chime in on that or rehash what they talked about last time with this, it got discussed quite a bit and we didn't get to a conclusion on it or an actual recommendation.
Yeah, I would kind of agree how you just summarized it. I mean, I said I was philosophically in favor of extending term limits, but given the recent track record of the public's vote on it, it didn't seem like it had a very good chance of being approved, and kind of left it at that.
Yeah, that, I appreciate that. That was the general feeling, just reading back through even the minutes, that understood. So is there any, what would we report? We can report to council the things that we stated. in the minutes, and it could be those very things. Those are honest and.
I mean, that's all I would do. I'd say, well, okay, so see if I can summarize some of the things we discussed, that we could summarize what everyone's general consensus, if there is, with regards to whether we are philosophically or favor term limits or not. The fact that given, I mean, from my opinion, anyway, from where I'm at, given the fact that it was overwhelmingly defeated, what was it, 10 years ago? 2-1 vote, that it doesn't seem to be something we would want to pursue. And then the third thing I remember being discussed was if the council decides to go forward with some possible extension of term limits, I'm going to expand on that, that existing elected officials be excluded, or existing, however you want to phrase that, because that was something I think some of the rest of you brought up, that you might be in favor of putting it on the ballot if the existing city council member or mayor would be excluded from being able to do that. The other thing that was brought up, and so again, this goes back to what I hear city council wants, is all the other things that we talked about. We looked at the Manhattan Beach model of rotating term limits, or rotating in and out of office, or taking a timeout period. And I think we discussed or had a consensus that that doesn't work with Redondo Beach because we're not voted in at large, right? That was something we did discuss.
I think it could still work. It would just be,
I think it's more problematic personally, but,
could be.
but I just think it should be addressed. If we're going to give a report to the city council, we should address that we looked at that model and what we liked or didn't like about it. And the other part of that was, again, just to let them know what we looked at, the idea of extending term limits. You guys also talked about, what'd you say, like a 16-year total max time period?
For council is what we're talking about now.
Yes, yeah, well, because we don't have term limits, right, for the other offices?
Correct, and that,
Right.
I did bring that question up if we would want to entertain that. And
We did already. That was one of the first things that was brought up, and
Right, and I'm just reminded, we did, and there wasn't an appetite to look at adding term limits to the 3 non-council, non-mayor positions, elected positions.
okay, well, I want to comment on Matt's comment. It looks like our report's already written, and we have it in the materials. The arguments in favor of Proposition B and against Proposition B are actually the things we did talk about. And even in the second one that came in from 2002, I think it was.
Measure A.
Measure A.
Yeah,
So
and Measure A was the break-in service one that.
Yeah,
was
so
like the Manhattan.
all the points that we've talked about are actually covered in these things, and it lends itself to an easy report to put in, that we've looked at the pros and cons that have been presented in these ballot summaries, and we're not recommending it if that's what the gist of the committee is.
The City of Los Angeles moved from 2 to 3 terms, and I remember reading that there was concern, the question that similar, that the voters would turn that down. They didn't. Actually, the one that was done with where you sit out for 3 years, and that's kind of complicated. The question is, would 2 versus 3 terms be acceptable?
Just period.
Just period, just straight that. The City of Los Angeles defied what should be the conventional wisdom, that the voters wouldn't accept that, and they did. So is that an option to work toward, as opposed to some convoluted thing? One of the problems with sitting out and coming back is the way we elect by district. Let's say you're in there for 2 years, somebody else gets in there. You are now going back and maybe taking out someone who just got elected and thought they would be in for 2 years, 2 terms. I mean, that's way more complicated, it seems to me, than, yeah, you got, instead of 2 terms, you got 3 terms. Now, if you want to make it so that it's prospective that you can only count from that point on with 3 terms, that's a possibility too. But I think that there may very well be acceptance of 3 terms versus 2.
I believe that's what we put on the ballot, and maybe Eleanor can, 2014,
Yes.
because that's exactly what I pushed for. That was exactly my
Was it on the
model.
ballot?
We put on a term limit extension on the 2014 ballot. I thought it was to extend it to 3 terms.
As an advisor, because that's not in the package here.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have,
Not an
I didn't
advisement.
find it. And the city attorney just mentioned it to me while you guys were speaking with the city treasurer, that there was another one on 2014. So I just pulled it.
Do you remember the result? I just don't recall it.
That was 2/3 to 1/3. It was a 2-to-1 no vote. And what's ironic about it, now being discussed, is Mayor Brand, who was mayor at the time,
There you
maybe he
go.
was.
I just put the results.
against
in
it.
your-
Yeah, so there was, I reminded the city clerk,
It should be.
there
in
were 2 measures, and ironically, it was on the same election as the election to make the treasurer part-time instead of full-time. And there was measure CM, which was
Yes, this
to make it 3 instead of 2 terms
you
for the
scrolling
city
at your
council
This
and the
one.
mayor.
is this one.
And that had a heavy opposition from city councilman, some member Brand and others. And there was a companion election, Measure BE, to make the Board of Education 2 instead of 3
instead of 2.
terms. There was no opposition whatsoever. There was no statement in opposition. And that did a little bit better, but they both overwhelmingly lost. So just know that the voters'
I didn't recall that,
appetite for that is not high.
Yeah, the problem is that when people talk about term limits, they're talking against the career politician. They're not really talking against 3 terms versus 2, but it gets caught in the same boat.
That's exactly it. And it was interesting that I bring up the Board of Education because there were different reasonings behind it and no opposition. And yet the voters still turned it down just a little bit more than a little more positive votes than for the mayor and city council. I apologize for eating. I'm having low blood sugar, so.
You're allowed.
Yeah, that's one reason why I said I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't say that I was in favor of extending to 3 terms. I'm the one that pushed to have that on the ballot. And we got it on the ballot and then went down in flames. Like let's talk about, wasn't even close. So.
Yeah, I agree. 3 terms makes a lot of sense, and it doesn't get into the career politician argument, but it doesn't stand a snowball's chance of passing, I don't think.
If it were placed, it would be interesting if it were offered excluding those people who are already in office. Whether that would be more acceptable, but then again, I'm not in favor of term limits generally, so that's my opinion.
On Bob's point, I'd be interested to see what the voter turnout in LA is compared to our city, because I think that would also help tell the story about whether it was successful or not.
I think, well, obviously it was successful because
I mean,
I have no idea, I don't remember.
15% for the last election in LA.
They don't get big turnout.
No. And the current mail-in election, is 5% have been returned so far, and we're less than 2 weeks away.
I want to clarify too, we're talking at this point only about city council, not mayor even.
Oh,
Sometimes city council is included in the general term of city council.
I think it was meant to be inclusive.
Well, the last propositions in our stuff says and mayor.
Correct, but what was in
He's talking about what the city council was.
what the city council said was only referring to council. make revisions, address term limits of city council.
So is there a
Council.
motion that's
As
deal with this?
for term, for mayor also, for 2014, it's for councilman and mayor. It was for both.
So if there were any councilwomen, they would not be.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said that.
I just want to clarify, that's what we're talking about for our purposes right here and right now is city council seats only.
Not the mayor?
And the
Exclude
mayor
the
was
mayor
not,
from anything we do?
mayor, in the in what was, the motion did not include mayor. And it could have been intended that way, I don't know, but I have to read just what was said, and it says city council.
Just to be, we did recommend to the city council, even though it is lost each time, that you go to the public for the city attorney. It's lost every time, but we said, okay, it's for the public to decide. Is this the same thing? Where in 2014, it could be different now. I don't know if it would be, but should it be something that,
Having said that, I fully support term limits for everybody, but I'm also in favor of putting it in front of the people. Yeah, it's,
with no disrespect, maybe there's a different argument now.
well, no, I'm hoping it's not.
Well, whether it is or it isn't.
Just so you know.
Whether it is or it isn't,
And I'll be
you know.
writing.
Two versus three terms, perhaps prospectively, I'm not sure you can do that, but prospectively, that it would not include anybody that's on
I
the
have no
council.
problem letting the people decide. That is not a problem.
Does it do anything? Is there any negative impact with regards to anything else that we want voters to actually vote yes on? Does it dilute? Do people get burnt out or just start marking no on
That's
everything?
exactly what's gonna happen when you put this on. I mean, it's just gonna be part of the voter burnout. I mean, how many charter amendments are we gonna have on there when we do this?
Yeah, that's basically my point.
I realize.
It's like, so the argument for not putting it on would be so that we focus on ones that we really want the voters.
Just trying to be Mr. Get Along here.
I hear you.
The last time we had over a dozen charter amendments on the ballot, it not only, almost all of them lost, and that was in 1947. Almost all of them lost, and it led to a brand-new charter being voted in the next time around. So,
You want a new charter?
no, you know,
I would be in favor of that.
you know my vote on the city attorney thing, and anything that actually enhances the chance of that being defeated, I'm going to be in favor of. So,
So you want this on the
So
ballot,
Put
I
as much on the
don't-
ballot as possible to make it.
I think that,
muddy the water.
you know, if you, I've heard 3 people here say that they're in favor of letting the people decide, 2 that have committed that they really think it should be done. And if you really think it should be done, then we should probably put it on the ballot. I mean,
Recommend to put it on.
recommend to
Well,
put it on.
if we're going to get back to a presentation of the council, if we are going to say 3 terms rather than 2, just as an example, we have to have a rationale. And
You have the ballot proposal.
no,
I know, but they-
our rationale may be different from what occurred before.
Okay.
And the issue of perhaps it being prospective rather than retrospective might be something to present to the council. Now, it would be intriguing to see if you did put the prospective thing that they all say, no, as long as it's not for me, the hell with it. But this is, if we are to present it in this way, that we think it's something that worth going to the council, we have to have the rationale as to why.
If I may, it was and is prospective when it was appointed to 2014. So Section 26, the last sentence, when it was first put in, previous and current terms of office shall be counted for the purpose of applying this provision to future electeds. Although, you know, are you saying that You can't run, yeah, I don't know.
People on the
what-
council
apply.
are
Yeah,
I
elected
don't
to
know
two.
about
You got
having-
elected as, under the two. It's for future people that it would be three.
Yeah, I'm not certain, okay. I can, if the council,
It
if the
could be
committee.
done that way.
What?
It could be done that way.
Well, I don't know if it
Does it make
legally could be,
sense?
yes. Well, and I also don't know because you're calling out like, how many people would that, it's got to be less than 25 people that are still living in Redondo, have served the 2 terms and
You
so.
looking to run again, Bob?
No, I'm trying to not.
I haven't even thought about that.
So I don't know about the legality of
Now I'm
of
really
passing a
against
law
it.
that say, we might as well list
I'm gonna get
your
my
names.
signs.
And these people can't run,
No, there are some things, maybe I'm mistaken, but making it so that people who, some charters literally have, if you are in office when this charter, it affects you and not anybody in the future. I've seen that.
Well,
in
and
my-
this,
in my
and this
crazy
does, like,
charter search.
if there were people when this passed who were serving more than 2 terms, because they specifically say, you can serve the balance of your term.
Yeah.
But the previous ones count. It's not like you get 2 more going forward.
Wasn't there a lawsuit filed by, was it Ron Codry that did that one?
No, that was
No,
different.
that was on the school board one.
Okay.
And he did bring that one. What you're saying is, and I don't know how you'd word it, that, if you've already been termed out, this doesn't help you and anyone, I don't know how to, it's 3 terms for everybody else? Or
Well,
3 terms
One way you could
starting?
do it,
What?
one way you could kind of do it is if you put the effective date 8 years or 6 years or whatever in the future.
Well, that's
Because anybody
why,
gets elected in
Tried
that
to do that
time.
earlier tonight.
No.
No, what it would mean would be somebody that terms out in 2025 then would have to sit out 6 years before they could.
well, yeah, you could do that. And it would allow them, allow all of you, if you still want to, in
Yep.
8 years, to run for a 3rd term. So that is a way of effectively doing that.
One of the things that was pointed out as I went back and read through the minutes, and I believe it was Mr. Webb that pointed out that the dynamics under ranked choice voting may considerably change what has been in the past a very difficult time to overcome an incumbent. We don't know.
Yeah,
And
that's a
that alone,
possibility.
to me, is let's
That's
press the
partisan.
pause button on this one. Let's see how that plays out. And
Well, that only
Because-
affects partisan voting. Doesn't really.
No, it affects us. And so we'll, if, once the council writes the ordinance of how it works, but you could foresee that the idea behind term limits came in because incumbents had an overwhelming advantage, it was viewed. And so now in this case, if they don't get 50% plus 1, you could have a group of like-minded individuals all challenge and all say, hey, if you vote for me, but if I don't make
choice.
it my 2nd, 3rd, and 4th choices. So I could see a situation where incumbents are effectively having to win 50% plus 1 because they're not going to pick up many of, if any, of the second point. Now, it may not work that way.
And I think it's
so
a
to your
reasonable
point,
hypothetical.
It may, yeah, it may be worth waiting
the
to see.
first test case will be in March.
Yep.
Where we have 2 that are termed out, so that's not really a test case for it.
True.
We will get somebody new. However, we have one that may or may not run for a 2nd term. That would be a singular
Yeah,
test case.
that-
It will take years for that to pan out, but I think, I would agree, that could be a really big factor as to whether or not, is this really important? I don't know. It's
Yeah,
a
so
fair question.
in 4 years, 2 years for, next March and then 2 years after that, we'll have had the entire
Incumbents
cycle
again, possibly.
of incumbents. Well, it'll be all, yeah, 3 incumbents. And then, in 4 years after, in 5 years, we'll have everyone have run through. And you may have a sense of, we still need it, or hey, you don't have the advantage that incumbents were viewed as having, you may not need those.
I would agree that is the big factor we're looking to overcome here is it's so hard to beat an incumbent. Not impossible, but it is difficult.
Well, and Mayor,
Two of the people on this beat incumbents.
yeah, and Mayor Brand, beat an incumbent in, outright, getting 50% plus one. So, but it's just the general theory, especially in, state offices.
It's a fair bullet point to remind the council of. When we.
But I think that to sit there and put the discussion, regardless of where you're at with regards to the issue, to put it on hold to figure out what rank choice voting does, how it impacts elections, misses the point that one of the things that I feel that term limits does is it, number one, I believe it shifts power to city staff. City staff become the ones who have the history, they can, and I'm not saying this happens in our beautiful city of Redondo Beach
even
by
worse
any
in
of our city
Sacramento.
staff, but they're the ones who can sit there and kind of exercise a
Wait
little
you
bit
out.
more. Well, they're either waiting you out or you're a first year or two city council member.
You don't know anything.
And you're, get the wool pulled over your eyes or whatever. You get told things that you don't know to challenge. And I think I think putting that decision off and trying to wait to see what ranked choice voting does neglects what I perceive as the negative impacts of term limits. And I don't think we should really use that as I don't want to say excuse, that's kind of judgmental, but as a reason to not weigh in on.
And a sample size of one is never a good test.
So.
Agreed. Yeah, but I want to bring it up that it's a fair consideration.
What, to wait for
I agree
ranked choice
with
vote?
Matt's
voting?
point, but I think to cover Bob's point about we need bullet points and things like that, the term limits has been around for a while. So somebody out there has written, and I haven't Googled it yet, a college paper or a story about
I
the
wouldn't doubt it.
benefits and pro and con. Even probably the League of California Cities has something that we can use as a basis for further discussion in hashing out whether we should vote in favor or against it.
And also, there have been cities that have used ranked choice. Oakland, for example. Then you may be able to
Not a
find.
good example.
No, but wherever it has been done, the question is whether incumbents have the same power. And if there is an indication that there is less incumbency reelection in cities that have ranked choice voting, that might be illustrative. For us, one example is not going to tell us whether it's true or not, because there are all other dynamics. And you are examples. We had things that we said about the incumbent that got us elected. And there was, that can't be thrown into the mix here because each election is, particularly when it's 1 versus 1, is an individual situation. The dynamics is not just term limits.
And I think you'll also get another, even though LA County doesn't have ranked choice voting, I think there's some limitations on it, and we'll see it with the DA race with all those people in there. And you will be
That's
able
not
to-
ranked choice.
I know that the county doesn't have it, but you have 12 people running for that. So you'll be able to see that dynamic from the numbers that come through on the stats, that you can actually recreate your own.
Well, Schwarzenegger's concept of the top two was that we were going to get more moderate people. Has that turned out to be the case? I don't think so. Top two is basically what it's done is it's gotten rid of third parties as active people in elections. So was that a good or bad thing? I don't know, but it wasn't what was the way it was sold.
I think it got rid of 2 and 3 parties. Just so you know.
In some cases,
Well, it's more the gerrymandering than anything else. But to your point, the election for DA, I think you'd have a different top two if you used ranked choice. Like, I think Gascon may well make the top one, and it will be a runoff. Since there's an article that all the opponents are disagreeing with Gascon, if you use ranked choice voting, he likely would be eliminated.
Maybe.
However, in a November election, presidential election, he may be able to win the runoff. So that's
a long time between the primary and the second.
yeah. So that's an
go-around.
example where you might have a very different outcome with ranked choice voting than you're going to have with the traditional runoff.
Yeah, just to go back, my point wasn't that it's an excuse to press the pause, it was just, it's a consideration that should be, and look how we're talking about it. It's a fair thing. It's all hypothetical. So,
So where do we go from here?
yeah, where do we go from, do we recommend this and say, yes, we don't think it'll pass, but recommend it to the voters anyway?
I think you leave statements like that out.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think
But we have to give the
you're just
history.
looking for a grilling next time you go up there.
How much
get
does
that
it cost
anyway.
per ballot item that we put on to the to the election? Is
A
it,
March election,
The March election.
which is the lowest cost.
Yeah, which is the lowest cost. I don't
That
know.
wasn't the question. How much?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure it out.
incremental, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It could be between 30 and 40,000.
That's a low barrier.
Yeah, it just depends on how many ballot, might look like LA's with all the ranked choice voting and then however many measures we're going to have. So we might have more than one ballot is what I'm saying.
What are you gonna do?
All right, I'll throw this out here. I'll make a motion that, and believe me, someone wants to amend my motion, go right ahead. That we recommend to the city council to put on the ballot, go forward with extending term limits from 2 terms to 3 terms. And I'm trying to decide how to put this last bit in. But not to start, wouldn't be effective until 2032.
If I
Could
could
you have
amend
that
that.
odd number?
For ranked choice.
If I could amend, because all you're going to
It's
do
gotta
is,
be an odd.
other
it's
people
gotta
are going to
be
be in the same situation. To me, to say 2 terms to 3 terms, and it will not affect anyone presently or formerly in office.
So the reason,
I'd have to look at that. Why are you not okay with picking a date in the future?
Because there will be people elected in the 2-term period.
Okay, so why, no, well,
But
why not
they'd
make
be
it 8
new.
years? Why not make it 8 years, effective August 1st, 2033?
that's kind of what I was going for, because that way anybody newly elected, when 2033, they'll have 2 terms at best. If 2033 rolls around, this will become effective and they'll be eligible for a 3rd term.
Yeah, it's
Anybody
effectively the
else-
same. And I'm correcting myself. It may be more important to have it on even number like you suggested, because they may not be eligible to
File papers.
file papers if this is into effect in April. So it may be July 1st, 2032, which covers your situation.
Good, yeah.
Where anybody new. It also allows for people who've been termed out now to wait 8 years and run one more time.
My feeling at that point is if they wait 8 years and want to throw their hat back in the ring, God bless them. I mean, that's a long time to sit out. And it certainly would level any playing field. I don't see how sitting out 8 years gives you much advantage to go back and get reelected again. So from that perspective, what's more, I think from a voter's point of view, it would send a clear message that a council recommending it wouldn't be doing it for their own benefit. Does that make sense? Because I think that was one of the, that's a key
It's not
factor. Right,
self-ingratiating.
right.
This is akin to the question of going from an odd number to an even number year election, whether you give somebody an extra year or you take a year away from them. And this becomes feathering their own nest. And that's why I'm saying this about present or
Well, I
former.
can research it if
Yeah.
you want. I'm just a little
Decision will be about
concerned.
somebody in the future, not myself.
I'm just a little concerned about basically effectively eliminating 25 people, but I've never researched it, so.
Well,
if-
I'll withdraw my motion, but then the alternate motion then is to table this until next month, and
Yep.
we get that,
Okay.
we have the city attorney.
Whatever variations we could do to make it so that the people who are in office at this point will be out of it at that.
I understand the message. If that's what the majority of you want to do, I'll see what can be done.
And what is it we're asking though specifically to be brought back to us that
Go to 3-term
investigate?
limits. Go to 3 terms.
No, but investigate what aspect of it?
Whether it can, whether.
Whether you
the
can
people who've
exclude.
already served 2 terms, it won't affect them. Now,
It's not ad hominem, it's ad 25 hominem.
well, but what if someone served 1 term? Can they run for 1 more or can
Or
they
2
run
more.
for 2 more?
2 more.
Like, that's another complication. What is your preference?
So it's clear, we're asking for an opinion in this motion.
Yes.
Yes,
We're not stating an opinion.
we're asking for an opinion
Asking for
as
the
to what it is
possibility.
we can do.
Research.
Yeah, so that.
What are our options?
So you can make your options and it will be, this is the safest, these are possible. It may be I can't find anything directly on point, so.
So I'll change my motion to table it until our city attorney comes back and
At the next
expounds.
regular meeting.
At the next regular meeting, and can expound on what our options are regarding.
My guess is somebody's just figured this out somewhere else.
I'm hoping.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm guessing
Second yet,
Ojai.
I'm not going
I
to.
already know what my option.
But
Just so
are you
it's
going to
clear.
be including the council and the mayor and asking the city attorney to go find out from the council if they meant to include the mayor into this proposal to us?
No,
I can't.
it's our belief that it's the they generically speak of the council, I believe.
So you're thinking they meant to
meant the
include-
mayor.
And if we get the,
Including the mayor.
If you get the
establish a
council
basis
stuff,
for the council.
you can put in there, if you meant this, we think it should apply as well.
would we also add school board? Because school board was in their motion.
It's up to you.
It's not in the,
Entirely up to
Look,
you.
I would include it in our thing, and then the city council can decide
Right.
whether they want to do
the
it or
school
not.
board was in the motion.
Yeah, it clearly was, and that's why I think Committee Member Pinsler is probably what they meant, but it's not what they said. And you know I'm big on what they actually said, so, but if you want to say, hey, council, yes, school board, yes, and if you meant mayor, we also would recommend mayor. And that'd be maybe a fair way to address it.
Although I think we voted today to not change that article in that. And that's where the term limit is in Article 16.
Don't bring that up.
I'm the one who has to write with,
We did, but we can
Mr.
do it as
Dovizak.
part of this.
I would say you're bringing back 16, correct?
it sounds like that's what they're
Well,
proposing. Well, they're
I
asking
think-
you to do an opinion, so they haven't formally brought it back yet.
No, but the school board one, wasn't the motion to, oh no, you did, and, no, well, you were bringing it back so they can consider the report
Language.
for you two. So
Right.
when it's on here, they can, you can
Change
all change it
Okay.
at that time, which means more work for you to do, to change your report.
We're good at creating more work.
Sausages, it's not work, it's sausages,
Right.
as you always say.
So did we get a second?
Would you restate your motion just to?
So the motion is to table this to the next regularly scheduled meeting and get a opinion from the city attorney on whether existing,
Your options for excluding
Our options.
existing.
Limitations, restrictions.
Yeah,
whether it be an outright exclusion or possibly a delay in date that could effectively.
right.
What could we possibly do? Are there examples that have been done? Does that work?
Understood.
For me.
We're gonna get sued by, I predict, the great Karnak. Predicts that we're gonna get sued if we pass this by some estate of a person who had to wait to get reelected or elected because we prohibited it.
Is there a
I can see
second?
that.
Second.
There's a second by
Second.
Mr. Narine. All in favor?
Public-
Aye.
Oh, public comment, yes, thank you. We missed that one again.
Yeah, we have Julie Young.
Sorry, Julie, we didn't mean to exclude you.
Hold on one second. There we go. Go ahead, Julie.
I just want to throw it out there. I know you guys are talking about possibly three terms, but what if we said like no more than no more than 2 consecutive terms? That way it would at least put a break in. Then I think that might take away some of the hard feelings that are coming up about current members possibly extending. I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes, but just trying to think of alternate wording that might be.
I think that's essentially what we've referred to as the Manhattan Beach method, that we require a pause in between terms, and we've decided that we didn't want to do that.
I couldn't actually hear everything she was
couldn't either.
saying. But yes, we did consider the Manhattan Beach with the pause. And like I said, I think the consensus was that that would be difficult to implement with particular council districts as opposed to where Manhattan Beach is
large.
elected at large. And that alone makes that model difficult to implement here. Does that answer what she asked?
So, yeah, right, an interesting thing from that, though, about the districts, somebody could run for two different districts for each of their terms.
Sure.
And it would be the same if it was 3
You
terms.
just can't have, no, you can run from different districts, but you can only be elected twice. Once in each district if you wanted to.
Todd Lowenstein said, yeah, I think last week that he was in District 4 and then he moved to District 2. And
So
How do you-
the language is no person shall serve more than 2 terms as a council member from any combination of districts.
Okay, so it's clear there. So
Yeah.
it would be the same language even if it's 3.
Todd was in District 4 when he was elected to the school board.
Okay.
He was resident of District 2 when he was elected to the council.
All right. So with that,
That's it.
okay, we're moving on to I.
Do we need to take a vote?
on that.
We didn't vote.
We didn't, okay, you're right. We took public comment in time. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to I1, the city clerk. Discussion, possible action per city council's direction regarding the charter amendments on Article 11, Section 11, city clerk, and Article 20, Section 20.1, approval demands, and Article 7, Section 12.3, city manager. There's 3 that are tied together here. So this was last left off with a proposed additional language from the city clerk. I don't recall where we landed on the requirements language.
Oh, here we go. It's a new one.
The only motion that I saw with the minutes and reviewing was to remove the appointed deputy. So I just strike that out.
I'm sorry, where were you on that? The strikeout of the appointed deputies.
Correct. That was the only motion that I saw on the minutes.
And you had added item G.
Correct.
Item G, participate during the process in review of accounting procedures and annual audit expenditures.
That's related to where, like, if Moss Adams comes out, that the city clerk is part of that process related to reviewing expenditures or audits or internal audits that we do for the city.
Any further comment to any of these? I don't recall what we were continuing, if there was I'd have to go back and read the minutes to see if there was an item that we were still at discussion on.
I don't think so. I think we were just looking for this.
Yeah, I think that one.
That was it.
That's why I think we continued it, because we wanted to have a copy that was actually,
I think so.
The deputy, yeah.
And those were the only two changes, correct? I haven't gone back and done a document comparison, but
Yep. That's all I did was take last month's and crossed out the city clerk may appoint deputies.
so my only question with regards to this whole framework now, and considering my meeting with my council member as to what I would suggest, not just presenting this finished piece to the city council, that they want a broader bullet point of what else was considered and why we didn't put, as an example, the experience aspect of it, why we chose what we chose, why we didn't put in more. Do we want to let the voters have a say? Were we considering what the size of the pool would be? Those other parts of our discussion, my impression is that they would like to see that so that they aren't starting from ground zero, so to speak, and having the same discussions or all over again that we had.
So I'll take a footnote that says see tape, we'll do it.
I think that, well, you're very familiar with how big those binders are and how many pages are in there. And that's why I think they want the Reader's Digest version of the machinations we went through to get to this point, not just the finished work. In fact, it was kind of funny because Scott was telling me, well, we don't really need language. Because I asked him specifically, do you want ballot language? No. We can do that, was his response to me. I think this helps. They can massage this and whatever. This isn't exactly ballot language, but I do think it's important that they understand how we arrived at this and the other things we considered and didn't consider. So,
If I could, because I was considering this when I wrote the other thing on the city attorney. Putting it in narrative form rather than bullet point, I think works, because it does, some of these decisions were nuanced. And explaining in sentence structure rather than in bullet points gives that context. So as an accompanying document to this should be, for example, why did we choose, as Ron was talking about, why not associate's degree versus bachelor's degree, right? And why did we decide to take away those, points 1 through 6? Explaining it rather than bullet pointing it, and that's one of the reasons I didn't write mine in that way, is that it really doesn't present the thinking about why we did something. And I think that should be, I think you should be.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. It's just as concise as possible.
Yeah, I would agree.
They're not going to read through.
But there is more nuance to this. We spent a good deal of time talking about this, and it doesn't necessarily fit in bullet point form.
Fair enough.
now, as to providing actual language like we have here, one of the things that was suggested by Mr. Dwidziak at the last meeting was not to do strike through and new language, but simply give a final version. I disagreed with that because I think this is extremely, and this is what has to be presented to the voters in the end.
Correct.
I think this is extremely helpful. If they want to change it or massage it, it gives them where at least we did things. And I think it is, and we had provided actual language for all the prior ones. I think it's extremely important that we do provide this
Totally agree.
for their reference. They can throw it away if they want to, or not even look at it, but
Totally agree. I was just repeating
I think
my conversation.
and maybe they just haven't thought that through, but to not give them any language would set them back months.
I just don't think we should give them this in a vacuum.
And only this, correct, I agree with that.
Only
And that was, like I said, last time, that was never the intent, it's just where we landed last time, it's the best we had. So this time I would say we provide this along with the supporting
Oh, we got him.
background. And, Bob, even if you take your paragraphs and turn them into numerated paragraphs can help. So they could say, I'm looking at paragraph 4, it just, rather than the fourth paragraph down from the top on page.
That may be right, but I think bullet points is too terse regarding how much we worked on this.
But even numerating your paragraphs can be a big help. So they're expanded bullet points kind of thing.
Are we saying we're giving Bob the job? Is that what you're?
Hell no.
So
Give them a clean version and a red line version.
and that was in the document that I presented last time. I did that. And sometimes it's good to see that because it's
No, I
easier to read a
agree.
clean.
That's what we do when we have modifications.
Yeah.
They're really long documents.
Yeah, we had not done, all we did last time was presented the same thing that would have been gone in with, that eventually went to the ballot. We didn't provide a actual clean version. I did that in what I presented last time. I'm fine with doing that. It's not hard to do that. And again, it's, they
Probably
can look at
should
it.
have the big header on a clean version so that they understand that it's not the old version, but it's something new.
Nor should we assume that one person's opinion fits for all 6 of the people on the council.
True.
Give them options. They don't have to look at it, but I agree completely that yes, it needs the, kind of the explanation behind it. And we know that was missing last time. So City Clerk, is there anything else that's come up from your perspective? Are you, because one of the things we talked about that is it's critical to have the support of the City Clerk to pass.
I think we've beaten this one into the ground.
Well, this works. This is fun.
No, I don't think we could do that.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
Any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay.
And no e-comments. And then I'll make sure it's, well, at least the colors are out. It should all be black or bold.
The motion is to assign this to Matt to.
I'll second that.
I'm gonna have to be watching
You
some
raised your
tape.
hand.
I'm gonna have to be watching some tape. That's fine.
But you'll also be able to get the input of your council person too, since he's interested in this issue.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so to be clear, then I'm creating a flowing document,
Right.
not PowerPoints, numbered paragraphs that,
It's up to you. I mean, you could do,
You do whatever you want, but it's my experience. When I was writing this, I found it better to write it in a flowing form rather than trying to break it up into bullet.
I'm giving my best shot. I'm an engineer, by the way, so, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not so you get engineer speak.
That gives you an advantage of doing it.
You're doing
Which
it in
means an
short.
Excel spreadsheet. is
short
going
and
to be part of it.
No, it's actually kind of funny. Excel is kind of, I'm too old for that. I shouldn't say that. I have learned how to use Excel in some regards, but they tried to get me to do scheduling games and whatnot on Excel spreadsheets, and I told them, forget it.
Okay.
Because I'm not going
So-
to learn how to do that.
the motion is that you will bring this back with the version we have here that can be, you do want to take it down to just black and white, or we leave it blue for city council is easier? Do they get color?
Well, it would be best, I mean, how you want to see it at a ballot.
Well, ballot would have to go black.
Both
Right,
strike,
that's what I'm saying.
both strikeout and.
Exactly.
And
Just like
excluded
it-
version.
Exactly.
Both-
That's
both
how
ways.
it should, that's how you guys did it last time.
Yeah.
For when you presented it to the city council.
Yeah, I had gone with blue here just because it's more clear.
Yeah, I know.
But I realize in the ballot, it's going to be black and white.
And strikeouts.
So,
and then
and then
bold.
also a clean rewritten version without track changes.
Okay. But I'm providing the background
Yes.
of how we got there. How we got to the changes we made and the changes we didn't make,
Right.
But not the versions.
but not the versions. I mean, I could do the versions, but I figured Eleanor already has it all.
Yeah, I have it all.
Okay,
I can do that.
so that's to bring that back for the next meeting.
Is that a motion?
Who was
That
second?
was the motion and
That was your motion, right?
it's mine.
Yeah.
That's yours. Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Morocco, all in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes.
Do we need to take public comment on that one?
I called for it earlier.
Okay. That may be the quickest we have ever gotten
Our
through an
public.
agenda item.
I'm going to propose that we table I-5 and I-6.
Well, I-5's already been pulled.
I-5's already.
I-5's already been pulled. So table I-6 as well, because those were not on the current list. We really need to focus on the current list that came from council. And that did not include residency.
As much as I favor getting out of here before 11 o'clock, at least let us do the introduction on it before you table it, because you now have two competing views as to what a resident is, and that'll give you an opportunity to think about it before the next meeting.
I'm looking to table it until after April. Because we have 2 meetings to complete everything that's going to go to council.
That's intended for the ballot, right, for November?
Doesn't matter.
Or,
It was required this would all be reported back to them in May.
so, but this is not one of those things.
This is not one of those things, correct?
Although
I'd
it
like
did
to,
come from council at one point.
I'd like to focus, it did, and as well, some other things did too, but I would propose that we really focus on the handful of other ones that we have.
Is the published part of the thing that they have requested?
That's a holdover as well.
Yeah, and that didn't even come from council.
Yeah, that came from the clerk. And that's going to be, you're going to have different, you're not going to be able to do one to cover all those sections. And so that's going to be time consuming.
It'll cover multiple parts of the chart.
You'll have different things for
I'd love to get
different
it done before the
sections.
general plan has to come out, so she didn't have to print that day. Whatever.
Not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
That's a fair,
So I will make the motion to, because we've already, as you said, we've already tabled I-5, so I
Hold
would,
on a second, but hold that thought. The general plan thing is supposed to go in February, correct?
Well, it has to be done by February.
Done by February, I mean, it's got to be voted on by February. If something were done in November to change the published thing, that affect what you would need to do for the general plan?
No, because the general plan's going to be way before that.
No, this November. This
So
November.
wait a minute. So for the general plan going to November, is that what you're saying?
No, this issue of publish. Part of the,
Right.
I'm thinking of year from now, February, when the general plan goes to the public.
It's-
The cost of the printing of all this stuff is going to be enormous.
Right.
Would this publish thing, if it were amended, affect the cost of doing that general plan printing.
You know, I think that's a different section. That's in Article 27.
And
You know what I'm asking?
I do, but and I don't want to get into it since we put it off, but, Arcadia that had the election, they allowed posting because of newspapers only on purely municipal affairs. And they require publication in a newspaper of things that are statewide affairs. And that's one of the things I'm trying to find out from Arcadia. Like, how have you defined that? Because the general plan is a requirement of the state. It's not a purely municipal thing. So I don't know that I would necessarily be driven by the general plan. The time.
You were looking to save us some money sooner.
Yeah, it's not, save us some money, but the way it's now, basically you have to publish in the Easy Reader, the entire general plan.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't know if it'll be covered, but I think if you just, it's up to you. If you put it off to another date, you'll have better clarity of when the general plan is going to an election, because we have for processing the contract with the outside vendor who's going to be doing the environmental analysis for the general plan. They haven't even started that.
And how much in advance does it need to be published? Do we know? If we're looking at a possibly a February election,
Well, we gotta have, I thought it had to be approved by February.
I don't know. I've been
The
asked
vote
this
has to be in
question.
February, because if it goes beyond that, then there's a builder's remedy issue. This is
So
not, this
I
is not the
don't,
item.
you're not going to engage me.
This is not the
That's-
item on the agenda. I'm
Thank
talking
you.
about timing.
Right.
And because
It's unclear. There are many different
Okay,
possibilities.
so let's put it this way. Even if we table it till May, there is still time to get it on the November election if we.
Yes, and what I can answer, and she can answer, is whether it will be before November, and that was your question. I know they've planned on before. Count me as highly skeptical that it will be ready before November.
And we can only have one special election per year, and a November election for us is considered a special election. Is that correct?
That's a,
We don't have to have one election per year.
I thought only one special election per year. I thought there was.
I don't think so. I mean, we've had a runoff, which is considered a special election, and right after that, we had another runoff. So I don't-
the way it was presented to the GPAC was that there would be a special election in February because it had to get approved by the voters by February.
okay, and can you open 5 real quick so we can have this discussion without me feeling uncomfortable? Or can you just put it off to another day? I'm fine. The short answer is the housing element has to be approved by February. Otherwise, we don't have a compliant housing element. So that part has to be by February.
Is the housing element,
It's an amendment of the general plan.
and so that's voted on.
Yes. Well, it is.
Can we do this offline, maybe?
Yeah, it is, but there's a decision that our housing element is compliant because Article 27 is preempted by state law.
Okay, so we've tabled I-5.
Yeah,
All I'm talking about is timing here.
Yeah, but that's not a
Let's
simple
work on it
question.
offline.
yeah, it's not.
So we.
I wasn't reopening the issue. I was
We'd
just
already-
asking about timing.
You were. We've already tabled I-5 until the next regular meeting.
Correct.
And I would propose that we table I-6 until the May regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Very good, thank you, everyone. With that,
Adjourn.
Can I ask one question? So to make,
Required asked.
we're on member items and referrals to staff. Mr.
are we on there? Okay. I can consult with 2 people and not be a Brown Act violation?
can do 3.
Yes, no, three would be a majority of the
Yeah.
committee.
2 others.
It would be potentially.
No, he said he can
Self
consult
and-
with 2 people. He can't consult with 3.
Not with 3, yeah.
Yeah, you were thinking total of 3.
Total of
He
3.
said, can I consult with, and the number of people is 2.
Okay.
You can consult with yourself included.
Thank you very much. I do regularly. But my
I
point
don't
is,
get good answers.
my point is I want to take whatever I come up with and to be expedient, give it to 2 others to review and make any changes that they deem that are needed, so that when it comes back to the committee at large, that hopefully we don't have to make too many other modifications to
That
it.
would be fine as long as you confirm with whoever you share it with that they haven't communicated on this topic with any of the other committee
Is there anybody who
members.
volunteers for me to send what I write to?
Which one are you writing on again?
What am I writing again?
the city clerk.
The city clerk's, the background discussions that we had regarding the city clerk's changes.
I'm okay.
Yeah. I'll be your subcommittee if you want.
Okay, awesome, thank you, that was all.
Anyone else with anything for member items or referrals of staff?
You have my email?
I can get it from Eleanor, I think.
Morocco?
Okay, so I have 2 things. One is, since we have a May deadline coming up, do we want to start considering an alternative special meeting date if we need it in the month of April?
Just so you know, it'd be very tough for my office to staff that. So,
We didn't invite you.
and it's
We get a lot more work done when he's not around.
probably so.
Pesky brown act shit.
But that's my thing, that I think we may want to consider it in case we do run out, but this is an opportunity to start thinking about it now.
Things fill available space.
Yeah.
Eleanor,
And then,
for next time, can you take a look at calendar and see if there's even anything?
I'm looking right now and I don't see anything.
and the second point, and this is, Mr. Webb, you can tell us if we need to have it agendized or not. We just had a Article 6.4 situation, and if you look at the way that the wording is, that all pertains to city council, it all used to be in 10.2. Do we need to put something on our agenda, and this is for the group, not for you, but to deal with that situation so it's a little clearer that if there's something that involves the mayor or other officers, that it's actually not in a city council article, but it's actually in either its own article or independently there.
What I would suggest is when you go to May, if it's the concurrence of the council, that you ask, or the committee, you ask the council if you want, if they want you to weigh in on that. It's in the wrong spot, but it's fairly clear that it was any elected office, and the mayor's 8.1 specifically mentions appointment, and there's the history of it, but there are questions that remain in terms of, like, should the residency, as I mentioned, if you were a resident for 30 days, you could be appointed mayor and then immediately leave the state and move your residence and you're still mayor. So there may be other issues, and I don't know how much the council would like you to address that. The council did mention during the meeting, they thought 30 days was too short, because at the same time you're grieving over your friend passing away, you're also sending emails or fielding emails from prospective mayoral candidates, sometimes within a day of his passing. And so you may want to get there, but it's a long-winded way of saying you may want to get their feedback on what, if anything, they want you to address.
So maybe what I suggest we agendize is whether there are issues we want to include in our report to the council for them to tell us whether they want us to consider it or not.
Yeah, I think that would be good if the committee is interested, because I think anytime you go through this, you see where the discrepancies are. The chairperson, it wasn't germane to this issue, but pointed out a Scrivener's error or a misplaced word in the declaration of
10.2.
yeah, and so the clerk is highlighted to me that they're going to having us do a legal review of that if it's Scrivener's error that can be changed or has to be changed by a vote. But whenever you go through this, words that people never looked at, get focused on.
I may have missed this. Were you talking about also the actual date that the office is vacant?
Yeah, see, that would be a good thing because it's,
Declared vacant.
well, but see, there is no position for.
That was the question the other
Yeah,
night.
that's a good thing. Those are all things you can find out from the council, but that's the only office you don't declare. And yet, even with the offices that do have to declare, they don't declare a vacancy upon resignation or death.
Right.
But
That's my referral is, do we want to agendize just having a discussions of things that we think we want the council to consider as giving us some direction if they want us to consider it.
The question that I think you raised at the meeting was, what if this person has gone on a hike somewhere and is missing?
Well, that was actually a question you brought up to give you credit during our lunch. And that was like, okay, that's a very good point.
1918.
I hope I did it justice.
Well,
To-
it's one of those things that could get you in trouble
Yeah.
or get, as Joe liked to say, a lawsuit, which comes anytime.
Well, and the mayor and
also
council,
like Ron
and the mayor and council did in their motion, I think, recognize that it was vacant as of the night they took action. So it's setting a precedent of it, the night they recognize that the position is vacant, either resignation has been submitted or someone has passed away in
Way
office.
off.
Yeah, but that's not in the charter.
We're having a discussion here
Okay.
that we should not be having.
Yes.
Can we, as a body, send a communication, I don't care how it's done, to the council, asking these kind of questions in advance so we don't have to wait for a deadline that, in other words, instead of waiting to council, can we just have something put on the agenda that's a request from the Charter Review Committee to answer direction for this, and that?
If I'm not mistaken, when we first started,
No, we can't do that?
if I'm not mistaken, when we first started, we authorized the chair
We did.
to communicate to the council when we had questions. Do
Okay,
you recall that?
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
I think that's what we're asking.
point
How about
Council can't do anything unless it's agenda.
Yeah, so how about you agendize for next month? So you'll have a discussion of other things you'd like to, other topics you'd like to ask the mayor and council if they want you to look at. And that way we can have this full
Put it on their
discussion.
agenda.
Yeah,
Right, no,
well, you can.
That's all I'm
report-
saying.
You
Let's
can,
put future agenda items back on the agenda first. And then we can do it. And then
well,
we'll have time.
actually, you could do it now because it's an exception to the Brown, it's an exception to the Brown Act for voting to place things on the agenda. There's a case specifically. I've argued with committee member Pinsler. It's like, you may be right, but not according to the appellate court. So you could vote to put it on April. That might be helpful because then when you go in May, you'll have the whole committee's version, or you can just wait until afterwards.
I would, having been through this, I would say, let's focus on what we really have to get done.
We're not adding anything.
We're not
to it.
adding anything.
We're just saying, like the residency question, which you're putting off, it's like, we would like to address this. Council, are you okay with doing it as part of our report?
Well, we can still do it, but we don't have time to get it done for the report in May.
We're just taking ideas of different things. 6.4 is another one.
Under the initial resolution, we still have the purview to bring up any topic we want to. It doesn't have to be cleared with council.
Here.
Council can also end
We'll
us too.
continually bring back the issue of council guidance or questions for the council. Why can't we get those questions answered so we can't get the deliberations on?
That's exactly
But
right.
the council would have to agendize it in order to answer it.
We would get that put on the council.
But you're agendizing our report anyway to the council, so it's part of our report. And they can take action and have a discussion on it, if that's something they
Or
want.
we can just keep putting things off.
Had this not
Could I-
happened, we wouldn't even be talking about this. It's a happenstance. We've learned that there may be some problem. It's time to tell them that we're going to look at this.
So if you want to make a motion, because now we're beyond the brief comments that you can have, it's the comment of whether you agendize for next April, for next
March.
month, or March or April, discussion on additional topics.
The report is due in May,
Right, so,
so,
The March makes sense.
yeah, March kind of makes
And
sense.
it's not going to be that we're going to talk about them at length for
If you
an
could
hour,
just- if
and
you
we're
could
just
just-
going to basically say,
That may.
these are topics that we want to explore.
If I'm not mistaken, at some time during the council meeting, someone, it obviously wasn't a vote or anything, but that we should look at this problem.
yeah,
That was discussed.
it was. So if you can vote to place it on whatever agenda, then we can have this full discussion. And then your report, hey, here are the things you told us to do, and we've got other work remaining. Do you want us to look at this?
I move that we put on the March agenda that we discuss the items that we need clarification from the city council and then forward written communication to them and ask them for guidance. Boom.
Second,
Motion second, all in favor?
Public.
Oh, public comment, thank you.
Oh, they're all asleep.
We
two
don't do
people
that
are
at school
asleep.
board, so I'm so used to not doing it.
Actually, I think there's one that's not asleep, but I sleep with her. so
All
it's not a problem.
Public comment, none? All in favor? Aye. Okay,
Me.
all right.
You never look at me anyway. so-
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn, there's a second. All in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned at 11:11.
Talking about messing me up this whole meeting.